All right. Hello, everybody. I'm going to try and pull off a stream today. To be fair, about an hour ago, I had no internet. It came back for the last like 20, 30 minutes. So I'm hoping it stays that way, but we could probably lose internet at any point. So let's hope that we are lucky today and we fall in their hole. Basically, they started doing work on my place on Monday, like out on the street, and then they were like, "Oh, we'll come back on Thursday." And I was like, "Oh, damn! I was going to stream on Thursday instead of Friday." So I'm like, "Okay, I'll try and do something on Wednesday." And then I get the notification this morning that they're actually doing stuff. So can't win, right? How's everybody doing? I Yeah, I'm gonna fix up Twitch right now. It bugs me every time I do a stream on Twitch. It puts it in the wrong category. Which is kind of annoying because we should be in software, and it's all StreamYard's fault. So I think this has really been hurting our discovery. Not that as many people watch on Twitch as YouTube. All right, how's it going, everyone? Hey, hey, yeah. Um, so yeah, what we're gonna do today is basically like an extended this week in JavaScript. Just there's a couple topics that came up from Twitters and whatever, and I was like, okay, let's just talk about it. I felt like it might not be as relevant after Christmas. I mean, don't get me wrong, people love to discuss the same topic over and over and over and over again. So I'm sure none of this um goes, but it's funny. It's like at this time of year, everybody just wants to kind of like chip in their opinions and double down. It's like year ending and everyone's kind of reflecting on what they did this year. I'm I've been actually working on an end of year article, kind of follow up to what I did last year, and that definitely was crossing my mind as well as I was working on it. Sorry, I can't hear myself as well as I'd like. Just a second. All right, all right. Yeah, I know it's Wednesday. How's everyone doing? I know it's an odd streaming time. I thought what I would do was sneak in between Prime and Theo, but I don't think Theo's streaming today. So instead, I just get the end of Prime's overlap, which I'm sure, um, how many people are watching Prime right now? And you guys watching Prime right now? Prime's at 1.8 K viewers right now. All right. I'm just gonna tell people that we're live, mostly because um as you all know, if you saw my tweet, there was a reasonable chance that I wouldn't be live today. All right, let's do this. Quote. Um, Twitch TV/Ryan Solid. Right. Yeah. No, I live. No, I am live. I'm glad I caught that before I press post. I'm probably not even spelling Xfinity properly. Whatever. Yes, congrats on beta 2 release. Thank you. That and the router releases were like quite an endeavor. I actually glad I merged the start release properly. I made a mistake with the router release. I know this is kind of off topic, but I'm just going to throw this out here. If people aren't aware of stuff, if you've ever looked at your GitHub profile, you have this lovely color graph, right? Right? And I always talked about how there's this terrible gap where I was traveling and doing conferences, right? Like stuff wasn't going on. This was my vacation. And then you're like, well, what's going on in here? There's a lot of gaps. And then here, well, the thing is, this only shows gap commits to main branches, and until you merge the work you've been doing, it doesn't show up. This was actually even more like sparse like the other day. And what's fun is when you go and you make hundreds of commits on a feature branch and then you squash merge it and it counts as one commit. I did that with the router. So like this section is much spacier than it should be, so to speak. Even this isn't quite, I wonder if this is up to date. It doesn't feel like it's up to date because I remember when I checked yesterday, I was like, there's way more. Anyways, let's not worry about it too much. But essentially, this doesn't always tell the full story, so to speak. Although it does tell you that I stopped working on weekends after this summer. So, but anyway, let's continue on. Yeah, I moving from 0.3 to 0.4 is a lift. I think the easiest way for someone to do that would be to keep the old version of the router with, or 0.9, I guess you'd probably be on 0.8, with 0.4, so you can keep the route data loading patterns initially. New SolidStart works kind of router agnostic. I need to do one more release on 0.9, but generally speaking, you can continue to use the older versions of the router with the different APIs with the new SolidStart. So like that gives people a path. It was really awkward writing docs when I was like going through and it was like, how do you do this? And I'm like, this isn't SolidStart's responsibility. How do you do this? Data loading. And I'm like, ugh. Do I write a guide for something that has nothing to do with SolidStart? It's an interesting question, right? I think the T3 people had this problem because you could, opt into a whole bunch of different libraries. Do you provide docs for those libraries? It's a balance and something that I don't have particularly a lot of time for. Anyways. Okay, yeah, we should talk about that a little bit today. Yeah, I have a lot of topics that I wanna talk about. It's kind of a mixed bag. Um, right? So like, um, yeah, this is just in terms of SolidStart and stuff. Yeah, this is one of the biggest challenges I'm facing with this stuff right now because when you move really fast, even though it didn't feel like it was fast, it's hard to leave stuff that's kind of like on the table, so to speak. And I knew this was like there was always this risk when with this SolidStart beta. That's why we put all those warnings out, right? So it's like it's tricky because we were at this flux, like this period in time where everything is changing. It was very obvious by even the end of 2022 that everything was going to change. I mean, we knew early in 2022 that like the whole paradigm around how we approach server rendering was going to change. So it's very hard to try and like you end up torn between building the best solution of last gen and then focusing in and building the best solution of the next generation. And this is a lot of tension because if you invest a whole bunch of time on the previous generation, then you are like way behind. And it's okay if you have users, but when you don't have users and you're new and stuff, you can't come in the gates at the back. You got to come in the gates at the front. So this was a very challenging time to figure out where things fit in. We now have something that I'm very confident in because we separated things along the rate of change. Things that are changed and opinionated, those aren't part of Start anymore. The core Start now can be much more stable. So this is kind of like an extension of what we've done with Solid ecosystem in general. People assume that this meta framework should be the most opinionated piece, the piece that sits on top of everything else and puts it together. And in a sense, that's why meta frameworks were formed. But I think we actually have to build from the base more than anything. We have to understand that like it's actually things like the router that are most prone to change, right? Solid itself hasn't changed that much in the last X number of years. I want SolidStart to take on those kind of characteristics, right? It's a different mentality, but it's something that was essential as a small open source team trying to maintain this stuff. Because honestly, knowing the type of change that's coming in the next year or two, it would be stupid for us to just like whip out a remix or Next.js clone. Like just absolutely the dumbest thing we could do in our position. Like I know this doesn't sit with people trying to build stuff with Solid today, but it's like it really makes no sense. Yeah. The other thing is like SolidStart Beta 2, the APIs are good, but some stuff still needs to shift around here. Since we're talking about SolidStart, might as well just start there because like that's the release piece. But and I can show you by actually going to the repo here. I'm actually going to go stay there. We'll get into the main dirt of stuff in a few minutes. But the reason I want to start here is these examples now in this repo, which are all SolidStart examples. If you went into this bare example, and I did turn off, to be fair, it asks you whether you want to use SSR or not, but this example does not have a router, doesn't need SSR. Actually, most examples don't need SSR because we support server functions even with client-side rendering. But if you come in and see this like hello world application, where it's just an app TSX, app CSS, basically an index HTML, I call entry server, and then like your render command. The difference between this template and GitHub, SolidJS, whatever, it doesn't matter. I just want to get it here. The difference between that template and like these templates, like let's just look at the base TS template. Source, app TSX, app CSS, index, which is I believe our render call, yeah. And then index HTML is out here. It's basically the same thing. So I think ultimately what we're going to see here in the SolidStart project is these templates actually just become our templates and don't belong here probably. And that we're going to replace the CLI for SolidStart, which I can't even build anymore, which is this other package here, Create Solid, with the new Rust CLI that Tommy, Pop, and a bunch of them have been making. So like SolidStart, like, and this MDX library honestly just doesn't belong anywhere. I don't really know what to do with it. It's just like a couple plugins. Someone can make this themselves. I think it's like one file. Like I don't even know where this belongs. It doesn't even belong here. Like it's mostly commented out. So what I'm trying to get at is like Start is just this, and it's interesting because it makes it less a meta framework and more of just like I don't even know what to call it. It's like is it like a framework? Like Solid's a library, SolidStart is a framework. Like it's just the platform you build things on. It's not like I figured out every piece of the puzzle for you. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, we take big influence from Astro Team and the Astro Docs. So, yeah. And that's the other thing, like how many docs efforts do we need? Can we merge it? I mean, to be fair, there was a bit of a thing when I released the new version of the router and all the docs had just been released with the old version of the router. I mean, I told everyone the new version was coming, but like, what are they going to do, right? So like, there is some interesting tension in putting it together, but if it's consolidated, that gives us one place to look and one place to update. So I think it's just a win. Well, this is what I'm talking about. Redwood has incredible opinions and ways to make your life easier and all the pieces built in. The more you go that direction, the harder it is to move with change. It's just you're not set up to do so. You can try to reposition, but like I think I even started witnessing this a little bit with the Create T3 app, Obviously the TRPC update happened at the right time, so they were able to like kind of like shield it and like make it work. But like if Prisma doesn't become the thing and it's a different database, like you start becoming responsible for the modules you include even if you don't mean to. Hey, nice to have you live. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because we've been doing a lot of R&D. We've been doing R&D on islands and hybrid routing type stuff on one side. We're doing R&D on Solid 2.0, but these aren't places where people can actually help. We're like, for the most part, like you got to get pretty deep to understand it. If you want to help with Solid and get started, you kind of want to probably come in at the edge. We have stuff like community libraries, solid primitives. There's a whole RFC process there for introducing new primitives. Start is actually, now that we're kind of getting here, is actually a good place to start on because it's actually, it is a little bit higher up. Now that like the critical decisions are made, you know, bugs. I mean, I always point people to docs, but I feel bad because how does someone who doesn't know a project come in and document it? I mean, it's a good way to learn, but it's like our biggest gaps are going to be things that are missing that you'd have if a large company was working on the framework where they have people doing it, right? We have the R&D people working on experimental stuff. We have, you know, people really passionate about these various ideas. It's the regular normal, you know, quote unquote boring stuff that we have as the gaps, but it's not boring stuff because it's stuff that makes impact on people. So I mean, this is just kind of the tricky part of open source. I always say like go try something, build something, and then see what frictions you hit, and that's the perfect place to start. But you know, that's a very generic answer. Yep, surprise Wednesday stream. Yes, yes, yes. I try and keep solid very minimal. Sometimes people kind of complain about some of the stuff that is core, like suspense and transitions, but like there are certain considerations. I think we're getting a lot better at figuring out where those lines are. But generally speaking, yes, the router is like we didn't take the view approach, and even we didn't even really try and take the Svelte kit or you know, type approach where we like Svelte kind of all in. We're more of a React philosophy type library where stuff is out in the ecosystem. But when you're a small player like we are, someone has to build it in the first place. So a lot of libraries did start as things that I built over an evening or two, and then, you know, got picked up more. And some of them are in the Solid official organization. Some are in the Solid community organization where we've had other people pick up them, like DevTools and ESLint. So yeah. SolidStart Beta 2 actually is an Astro. It's Nitro. It's built on Nuxt. So this is the new feature stuff you can hear about on the release, but the headline here, where am I? The headline here is Nitro backed. We've got these crazy new super powered server functions. Router metadata library agnostic, which is really powerful. Not a big deal maybe in Solid because we only have like Solid Router for the most part, but the potential here is huge. And then we really made sure that client-side rendering works properly in this release. We had a lot of bugs in the previous beta where CSR didn't work, and even hybrid CSR. But by that I mean server rendered pages where you just have client rendered only components. We really wanted to make sure that it worked in this release. Um, I'm gonna talk a bit about Astro in a bit because there's some Matthew Phillips had a really good tweet that I want to dig into that's kind of on topic today. I mean, PRs have changed. I mean, I'm interested. I don't like go and rewrite SolidStart's file system routing API because you prefer a different one and put up a PR without having a discussion about it first. But you know, there's discussions on the repo. But I mean, one of the coolest things about Dart always was is, oh, I mean, I think we can see it if we look at it. Let's look at it. This gives you an indicator here. Solid Start has had 168 contributors. Okay, and she's by 5.6. That's amazing. Let's look at SolidJS itself. 156. So in a short time, this beta project has had more contributors than Solid itself. And I think that that's the whole thing here. It is easier to come in and help us here. So we, like, as I said, don't just like change something that's clearly an API decision in a PR without discussing it. But, you know, yeah, I'm definitely open to PRs here. What's the difference between Solid and React? That probably needs a longer stream. I don't know. It's been a slow go. I haven't seen the output of it yet. I keep on hearing about these internal projects. You know, people are like, oh yeah, some people are using Solid at Google. I know for sure that Netflix has some Solid stuff going on. I don't know how that project went, right? Primogen was using Solid for a while during his for his day job. I know that like they were testing, you know, some mobile or TV UI stuff, but I don't know. Like, I know other companies have told us about you know, stuff they like. There's a lot of Astro Solid stuff like NordVPN or Capital One, but yeah, I've been waiting to see like the push. I keep on hearing about these projects from really excited developers that are having a great time with it, but I haven't actually seen the like. I'm just waiting for the shoe to drop. Are you concerned about the crazy dependency? A little bit. The trickiest part is Vinci in the middle, um, in the sense that Vite is Vite, and we can pass the plugins and everything straight through Vite is cool. Nitro does do some stuff. It's the interesting part is, and the reason I'm not being critical of Vinci here, but the reason Vinci is interesting is because Vinci is actually the piece that does all the work, like all the heavy lifting and putting together. After that point, SolidStart is like trivial amount of code. Vinci's actually doing all the heavy lifting. So to be fair, that is probably like the point that there's the most concern, so to speak, with this stack. But like it kind of needed to happen, this abstraction level. And I mean, I love it. Like I was doing something earlier today. I was fixing a bug and someone's like, the file system routing for delete API routes doesn't work. And I was able to just go in and just like change like 2 lines and like fix it. The fact that like Vinci's set up to just like go in, I think our key thing here is each piece has such minimal responsibility that it's not too bad. The challenge is when the pieces shift under it and it's harder to kind of have them all reconciled. I'm not, as I said, as worried about Nitro and Vite, but I think Vinci does wire a lot of the pieces together, and I think that's probably where we should, you know, keep our eye. No, but resumability really, it depends on what you think about resumability. Like Qwik's partial code splitting optimizer, like I guess you could say we did build it with resumability in mind, in the sense that with a special bundler layer like we use for server functions and islands and stuff, we leave the door open for some of this, you know, more advanced JavaScript code splitting. That being said, when I think about resumability, I don't think about it in the same way Qwik thinks about it. I think about it close to the way Marko thinks about resumability, and it's about not running code. It's not about code splitting. Anyway. Yeah, yeah, it should be. Any framework that has streaming should be able to do it. The tricky part is it's very infrastructure specific. So it's like, at least today to get it to work, I'd have to go work with Netlify closely to do it, and then work with Vercel closely to do it. It's possible that we figure out how to generalize this at like a Nitro level, but like I right now it's a Next.js Vercel feature. I think we need to get it and like a Next.js Netlify feature and then a Next.js. Like we need to kind of like span this out a bit and see what it looks like. I'm very stoked now that SolidStart Beta 2 is to work with the Netlify team closer on, this kind of stuff. They've been making great platform primitives. So yeah, between them, Vercel, a couple others, I think those are the only two that could actually do partial pre-rendering because they have both sides of the infrastructure. The thing you gotta understand about partial pre-rendering is that it is basically like if you could deploy your whole app to the edge, partial pre-rendering basically does nothing. It just doesn't matter. So it's basically for services that want to keep the serverless, like the node server functions close to the database over here and keep the responses fast like the edge and get kind of best of both worlds. But it requires this like infrastructure link that's very specific to Vercel right now. All right, sorry, catching up on chat here. You guys are just firing them off quickly. I mean, not the whole thing, but I mean, there's some difficulty here in that I'm trying to think of the best way to explain this. Isomorphic JavaScript is a bit of a pain in the ass. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think anyone actually wants it, but it's having JavaScript on both sides is kind of the thing that informs us to make the most optimal client experience and have good DX. The challenge is like it's very hard to get like all three or the whole triangle, and this is why like eBay had a Java backend. They still have a Java backend, their API services and all that, but their web servers are all Node, so that they could do server-side rendering in Node and using the same framework, Marko, on both sides, so that they could optimize the delivery of the page, both with the streamed results, partial hydration, using the knowledge of the JavaScript framework on both sides to optimize the page. It was very early. I mean, these days we're now like all starting to explore this, but this was like a decade ago, more, that eBay did this kind of technology move. And yeah, they moved all of eBay.com off of Java for the web servers, but there's still a significant Java presence with all the APIs. Like there's a whole rest of the back end that doesn't involve rendering pages. I probably just didn't update it. When did, yeah, I guess that's like 6 months old or something. That's interesting. Yeah, I must have updated my IDE because I have a bunch of satisfies calls. They seem to be working. Yeah, I didn't even look. What's this one? TypeScript. Yeah, 4.74. Weird. It's like locked to a version for some reason. Doesn't matter. Yeah, translation's an interesting thing. We had really good translation for our original doc site. I don't know if we're there for the new doc site. That's a good question, and one we should put towards the docs team. Show up if you sign up for our Discord and just like pop in the docs channel. I'm sure there's someone who'd more love to talk to you about this stuff. A funny thing is Dominic Ganaway from Svelte really wanted this perfect world to happen to a certain degree. He was trying to shop around. Well, actually, he wanted to build the next framework. He's just like, forget about all your existing frameworks. Let's build a new framework. Unfortunately, we couldn't find the backing, and everyone was too tied to their own project, and he ended up joining the Svelte team. Well, not unfortunately, to their benefit, but no, probably not. Oh, today's stream, I'm just going to do This Week in JavaScript. So I'm talking about SolidStart a little bit right now, but that's not even really my goal here. I actually want to talk about like what's been going on with discussions on Twitter. I mean, the funny thing is a lot of these questions that you all are asking are very, like the article I'm working on for year end is very related to it. Like, is moving to Edge actually happening anytime? I feel like this whole thing died off after people realized the DB communication costs. Well, exactly, right? That's why partial pre-render is an important feature. And it's especially exemplified by the fact that, React server component architecture, the way that it is today in Next, encourages waterfalls. So it's kind of like there's no way that it was a good idea of plan. And to be fair, yeah, like I, a lot of databases just can't move to the edge ever. Like data security is going to be a concern. So like from that perspective, I think, as I said a year or so ago, that like monolithic authoring with distributed deploy is where things are at. The only reason I was mentioning that whole thing was because like some services like Dino or Cloudflare like only have their edge offering, so like it just that is the offering. It doesn't make sense for them to offer partial pre-rendering. Like you either you use it that way or you don't, right? Like, but yeah, we should look at that because you're right. The DB communication cost can even be worse than the direct server cost from the client. But that, I mean, that's an argument for client-side rendering over SSR too, which we can get to in a minute. Yeah, uh, you don't need Rust. Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, I'm a big fan of Greg and Leptos and stuff like it, and I think it's really cool that you can do these things. But JavaScript, being the language of the web, has pretty much shoehorned these things in a really hard pushed way that even these large companies, they're looking for performance. Wasm is not giving Wasm will give them like performance for certain types of widgets, but it's not going to be like the overall architecture. It's not the fastest way to get content on the page to deliver that like initial user experience. So like we're still not JavaScript is kind of tied everyone's hands. If so at the end is issue falls the server, all data calls are hoisted to the edge, the DB community is a better place. Yeah, but I mean, there's still this sort of reality truth that you're like, I mean, you can think about it even when you render client apps, right? When you are, as much as we'd love to send everything off in a single flight every time, we don't, right? Like it just doesn't work out that way. So there are some inherent waterfalls. So in a sense, if I think, especially for the work on the server function thing, they kind of figured out how to reduce the waterfalls from client to server, right? Like it's a nice model. And to have you just push that back one more layer, and now dealing with waterfalls from edge to database server, even if you did it more optimally, like you brought loaders in on the server, which is kind of like what I'm pushing towards, it feels a bit unfortunate because you're like, I just cleaned this up and now we're just doing the same thing again, right? Um, couldn't we get rid of this altogether? The challenge, obviously, is that in reality, even if your server and database are close to each other, waterfalls can still be a thing. There's a reason there's GraphQL data loaders, N+1 problem. There's a reason, like when I was building ORM, I took, it was very critical that I figured out ways to reduce the number of database requests. Like you don't want these waterfalls, even if the latency is relatively low. Waterfalls are never a win. But if you're trying to sell a developer experience like React is with React Server components and Next, like where they are right now, I can definitely see why it's like kind of self-defeating if like you just push it down the thing and it's very obvious. Whereas if you could kind of get away with it up to a certain scale and it's nice enough, you could just kind of like push the problem under a rug and be like, yeah, this is pretty sweet. Like it becomes that much longer until you have to worry about this problem. So it's almost easier to change the infrastructure, like change the architecture of the, like change the actual like building blocks than actually change the like software architecture in this case, because their target is an API rather than what something they're trying to do mechanically. And I think I'm not criticizing this because I think from developer experience, this is important thinking, right? Like you can see what happens when you build APIs that were designed for performance first, not for ergonomics first. And some people have accused Solid of this, perhaps, like the React team, that's their feeling signals. I actually think the signals thing is actually ergonomic from like understanding data flow. Like it actually makes sense to me, but especially because I'm taking the position that I think data flow can't be ignored, where the React team's like, oh no, people don't have to worry about it. But then they introduce hooks where they do have to worry about it. Like I'm as vindicating as that is, I'm just trying to say is like, if you think that you don't have to worry about it, then you can kind of push that off to the side. But like this scales up to a different level. One could argue, say, Qwik's dollar signs are, they're way more for a mechanical reason. You would never want them there if it weren't for the case that you needed them there. That's what I mean. It's kind of interesting because they can actually now sell two functions instead of one. I don't know if that has a dollar price to it, but it's just interesting. I mean, I don't think so. I mean, the same way out of order streaming doesn't work with progressive enhancement. Not really. I mean, the edge function could note that the client can't handle it, and then it could buffer the whole stream and then send the whole result at the end. You're not really winning anywhere, but it still work. Kind of the same way we do with streaming. Like sometimes, like we look for bots, and we're like, like you can like set up middleware and be like, hey, there's a bot here. We don't actually want to flush. We want to hold the stream and send everything at once. In order streaming and wait for everything to finish work without JavaScript. Out of order streaming does not. Interestingly enough, in order streaming is like really hard to do with JSX. Although like I know some frameworks support it. It's funny. In order streaming is really good for like. Can I see it live here? In order streaming looks like eBay.com. I mean, it's too fast, but like essentially it's really good when your content kind of comes down in these sections and you just kind of feed them in and there's no layout shift. Out of order streaming is very app-like, right? It feels like your old single page apps where you have this, like, it feels like, where's Twitter? Can I reload Twitter somewhere? See the loaders come in and stuff? I mean, ideally this would be already perma rendered, maybe not the circle, but yeah, I don't know. Generally, no. Yeah, I mean, but this is a matter of skill. Some people used to complain that old Svelte was easier up front. Those people also hate ruins for some reason, but they're kind of living in la la land. I saw a post. I think Primeagen put some post out. Let's see if I can find it. The Primeagen, right? Uh, I'm probably not going to find it. It was some very pro Svelte for beginners post that he wrote that, and there was a linked article. I'm never gonna find it, am I? We should talk about DHH and this no build thing. That's hilarious. You can actually literally see the JavaScript waterfalls happening here. He's like literally like broadcasting why this is not the best idea. Um, yeah, I'm just not finding it. Never mind. Doesn't matter. My point is like, I think, and maybe this because I'm advanced developer, whatever term you want to use for it. I think we put way too much emphasis on on the like easiness upfront bit. Don't get me wrong. You don't want to be uninviting to beginners. You have to make sure that you find a way to hold their hand, make sure they understand the concepts to move forward. But if you build your whole framework around that concept, the end result of when you become further along the path is never going to be as nice or clean. You know, Okay. Yeah, I mean, it depends on your business. If you're eBay, no, literally squeezing every possible thing out of performance is 100% worth it. You're in e-commerce at any kind of large scale, you should be just trying to squeeze every inch out of performance. Everybody else, like, I don't know. I I mean, it enters a more relative thing. You see correlation, but there's also what kind of performance, right? I think it's interesting. We keep on seeing Dax show these demos, right? Where he's like, look at how fast I can look up 60,000 users and do this whole, super, performant thing. This kind of performance is not the same as your Lighthouse scores. This is your update performance and granular rendering performance thing, right? RSCs won't help you do this. No, they won't, because that's not what they're for. RSCs are kind of like a routing paradigm. Don't get me wrong, this amuses me to no end because all of this whole dialogue that we've been talking about client-side rendering versus server-side rendering, that Dax and like Next are going back and forth with, involve basically React server component projects versus client-side SolidJS projects. I don't know if people realize that. Everyone keeps on asking his stack, which isn't the point, because you could probably build this relatively good in a lot of front-end client stacks. He's saying architecturally server components aren't the fit for everything, but because everyone's like, oh, what stack? It must be the stack that makes it faster. We've got a bunch of people who are now like, yeah, man, SolidJS equals fast. I mean, we already knew that, but like, it's definitely amusing to see these like 1.2K tweets here kind of get us to that dialogue. I think React's you start with hard making is not as opinion. React's pretty opinionated. Maybe not like here use this exact library, but React, like from where I'm sitting, has a lot of strong opinions. I think the difference is there's a difference between libraries that go like use this tool and libraries that actually say like these are our philosophies and best practices. We won't force you to use these tools because but this is how the best put the pieces together. Um, I think if you don't have either or, then it's a bit like, why are you doing this? Like either you're like use these libraries because I have the solution, or you're like I have a belief how things are done. And that in that sense, as I said, it all aligns much more with React than some of the other frameworks. Um, I think if you're worried about hard to maintain, I think it's because currently there's like I remember people who had old class component React sites didn't complain about the maintenance. Maybe it was too early in the React lifecycle. They complained about not being able to like extend behaviors and having good patterns for mixins. I think this maintenance thing really came out post hooks because you have two things at odds: being aware of how data flows through your app and not being aware. React told you don't care, yet you needed to care. That contradiction, right, at like almost a fundamental level, is why React code bases have become harder to maintain, in my opinion. Okay. And yes, when you take a best practices approach, you can always add that layer on top. I That's why like I'm very what's the term, bullish on React style philosophy in these cases, because like you can always find a way to lock into some specific opinions. There's enough people. You go on Twitter, you'll find someone who tells you the best way to do something. Don't like. It's not hard to find that, but not having the flexibility to change. Well, depends what that opinion is, but sometimes that's the death sentence. I don't know where DH is. HA is in some regards. Like I just don't. Like I don't I don't I don't. Actually, I talked about this on stream why I think the no build thing is silly, but there was actually an article this week, or no, actually in October after he did his first thing, and I think everyone should read this article because it's completely on point. Um, here, let's talk about this article for a minute. Also, I want to switch over to Twitch and thank people who have subbed, including ILKOU99, who, oh no, that's just a watch streak. That's still cool. 3 streams in a row is nice. I appreciate the support. Sorry, I thought I was having some subs coming in. Oh, there, Alien Codes, subscribe to tier 1. Awesome, see you again. Okay, so let's talk about this. Okay, sorry. We'll get to this in a minute. I just read this comment and I have to respond to it. I mean, I use Angular, it's a pain, but it forces you to write code the right way. So when I work on React review projects, it's much easier. You could write however you want. Yeah, that's the opinionating part. The funny thing is, like, this is where people have the different comfort levels, because like when I look at React, I'm like, wow, like when I see React and I see the way they talk about it and I see the way they document it and I see the way they suggest patterns, like in my head, I'm like, this is not signals friendly. They are very opinionated. They do not want signals, right? I don't think most people like see that necessarily right off the bat. Like I've watched MobX and React do this dance for years, you know what I mean? But on the other hand, like if you're just like, this is the Angular way. What happens when Angular is like, yeah, we changed our mind. We're going to use signals now or something like, and they change the way, like they just like, that's a pretty strong signal. Sorry to say, like, so like, I think everyone has their own comfort in terms of where that balance sits. I think you're going to find that there's different benefits. I think a lot of enterprises, a lot of places where you want to like make the development machine are going to go towards places where those opinions are there and there's just like, this is how you do it. Don't question me why I do it, just the way you do it. But I think when you're trying to solve novel new solutions and you want that flexibility, you're going to definitely favor the other way. Anyways, this article, the 3 C's: concatenate, compress, cache. Began running early July 23, began felt underwhelmed and left unfinished. Of course, DHAs do it. What this guy did was he's like, okay, is bundling worth it? Right? Because what does bundling do? It puts everything into the same files, so it's instead of separate files. It compresses them. So generally, you use like minification, tensor. I mean, I don't know if that's obviously there's going to be compressing it over the network. And then on the other hand, you have this question of cache invalidation, right? Concatenate is probably the trickiest bit to get right, because even though 3 C's happen in order, decisions happen later. Okay, blah, blah, blah. In HTML1 world, we are left with 6 resources at a time, right? If we need to go down 18 files, that's super chunks of work, we could bring it, yeah, okay. See, this is the thing. I'm not used to all these, like, chunks. So, but what he showed is that HTTP2 should have changed things, but it actually doesn't necessarily. Like he's showing, you know, the impact of fetching 12, and this was very interesting. HTTP2 was 1.4 times slower and about 3.3 times heavier. And I think the reason is when you split into separate files, you end up actually adding extra weight to it. Is this the compressed size as well? Because the other problem is you can compress less efficiently when it's not like bigger chunks compress better. Yeah, compression favors larger files. The oversized 10 files will be greater than the original one. Add to the browser scheduling mechanisms where unlikely to dispatch all 10 requests. Right? He was showing that with no compression, many files was smaller from a CSS standpoint. It was all CSS. If this is CSS, this is actually kind of cool because CSS can't even minify. When you consider minification as part of this as well, these numbers even get more exaggerated. Okay, but yeah, many files, 3663 versus one large file. So it's definitely better for many files. But as soon as you gzip it, it flips. Or broadly it flips more extreme. Like this graph kind of shows it. It's like once you add compression, the equation just flips right around. And then finally, yeah, he's talking about cache invalidation. Obviously, cache busting and stuff is tricky, and there's like a balance here. But like, this is another example of one of those things where like if you take, you can always do less concatenating or change the scheme when you have a build system in place. But if you take that out of the picture, you just tie your hands from being able to be as optimal as you can be. It's just like it's just kind of like there might be a reason to go no build, but like you are definitely taking away your power to deliver an optimal site. Anyways. We need more resources that dive into the problem these solve exactly. Sometimes it feels like React is picked for the sake of React than the specific sort. React is definitely, because React is a general purpose front-end framework. Most of these are general purpose. The thing is, these frameworks generally don't solve a specific problem. Like they solve it like in a wider sense, they solve a specific problem, but all Vue, Solid, Svelte all kind of solve the exact same problem. So like, some are faster, some are like the differences are nuanced enough and situational enough in a lot of cases that it's hard to actually just be like, choose this when you want to do this and choose this when you want to do that. On the meta framework side, architectural, like comparing Astro to Next, that's a little bit clearer of a division. But, you know, something like React it's popular and it can generally do everything. Sold. Oh, sorry, I missed it. And lots of people use it. Sold. Are meta frameworks that hydrate on the client like Next suited for heavy content sites or static generate site to generate the scenario? Depends on how dynamic the stuff is. I don't think obviously like one of the scenarios here is like how bad is that JavaScript and that hydration and how much does it actually matter for your site? That's another question, right? Generally speaking, if you don't need it, then like don't bother. But I don't know if for everyone it's that simple, because what if you do need it? Right? There's a spectrum, which is kind of why people like Astro, but I think the message kind of gets lost a bit. Right? So like while a lot of the of this like choose the right tool for the job kind of conversation comes up, which is like, because the right tool for the job is usually not based on technical merit in my experience. Like it's a little bit, but it's not like that. Like there's definitely a right tool for the job given your team and your organization and all that stuff, but it's not always as like technical. There's too much overlap and nuance. Sometimes so I don't know if there's always a right tool for the job from a technical sense, but there's often a wrong tool for the job. And that's probably where you want to avoid things. Like, there's certain cases where I would not want to use React, probably. In those cases, I probably wouldn't want to use Solid either, but it would be maybe passable, right? I'm just as an example. Anyways, this article is just great. It gives hope for different bundling stuff. But it just, the DHH conversation is just I'm tired of it. I don't know what he's selling. It seems like a lot of garbage. How concerned do you guys think that the development team should be looking at migration path? Okay, I should rephrase this a bit, because when I was working in a startup, I was very concerned about how easily I could remove this piece of this software. I was like, okay, if I don't want to use this chunk, can I remove it and replace it? So I will agree with it. What I was more getting at is there's a limit to that, right? You can define boundaries and look at like certain types of technology. You're like, okay, I have a database system. How easily is this swappable or this, But I think one of the challenges is within the same zone, it's very hard to predict the like I used Angular in 2012. I'm going to use React 2016. Like the for the thing that will replace the thing itself and not the boundaries, I think it's hard to be prepared for, right? Like you can think you can set the right boundaries, but you'll probably fail. Like I went through a migration where, you know, I kind of watched this kind of pattern where we had to completely, like we were just changing our view patterns. We were moving to like a web component with knockout solution from like a very MVVM pattern. And sure, it started with just replacing the view layer, but then we had to change the hookup to the data layer. Like basically all our cleanly built boundaries no longer were clean because the boundaries themselves shifted architecturally. So like I think we do have to somewhat anticipate removing pieces, but then we also have to realize that boundaries change over time. So we shouldn't necessarily put too much work into enforcing the contract of those boundaries necessarily, unless it's a people boundary, because when people are involved, everything gets more complicated. But if you're kind of within the same team or whatever, maybe not, because those walls, the more you build them up, the harder they are to tear down. And that is the biggest pain of migration, in my opinion. The boundary shifting, not the replacing libraries thing. What color is your Lamborghini, though? Oh, thank you. Oh, man. No, frameworks use signals should be easier. Yeah, I mean, there's hope. Maybe a browser standard signal. I'm glad that there are these forces at play that try to standardize, and these other forces that try to innovate. They're like constantly like they're forces. They're not people. They're not groups. Things shift where they fit on the spectrum over time. But there are forces at play that cause us to constantly pick apart things that innovate, and other things that try and find standards. And without both working really hard at the same time, we don't progress, right? Like so I don't know. I want to be optimistic about the other side. I obviously spend my time on the pushing boundary side, less on the standardization side. Um, well, I guess I spend my time in the middle, really, because I focus on the primitives. But like, it's just never that easy. Okay, so um, yeah, okay. We talked a bit about no build. I don't actually have much more to say about no build, to be fair. But I want let's talk a bit about this whole SSR CSR thing, because it's kind of funny because this data loading pattern here that he's showing here, yeah, you probably wouldn't want to use a server component for it, but you could put this component on an RSC rendered page and kind of get the same thing, I guess. What he's talking about though is I think this is like an offline setup. So like local first, is it? Local first. It's so funny. Local first. We go through these trends in web dev because local first was like so hot late 2010s, like from 2017 through 2020, and then it's like disappeared. Everyone like went to SSR during COVID. Maybe it was the push for e-commerce and all the VCs buying up all the open source frameworks, and they're like, how do we maximize our profit? Because in e-commerce, page loads are everything. We need good SSR. I don't know, but people haven't been talking about local first much. The funniest thing though is, and I've showed this on stream before, I wonder if I can show it again. People might remember that I used to do this like Hacker News. Was it Hacker? Do I even have it anymore? Hacker News CSR. Yeah, I usually use this demo. This is a client rendered Hacker News demo, right? And it's pretty fast. We're fetching directly from the client, and it's all client rendered. It doesn't even render the page. And you'd think that if I went to a page that has a bunch of comments in it, and I reloaded the page, and then I took an SSR page that version that has preloaded the page and then hydrates it, that the SSR page shows the content first, so it should win on like a lighthouse score. Ironically, Not necessarily, because they look at stuff like blocking time and JavaScript, and when, especially pre-streaming, before we had streaming, the server render page would be slower to respond because it needed to fetch all that data before it showed anything in the browser. And if you're the funny thing is, like, yes, if I took this to browser simulation, did mobile, you might see the difference. But locally, on my machine, so to speak, you never see it because I'm in Silicon Valley and I have a fast internet connection. If the internet connection was fast enough, it would outscore it. And in fact, this is how Solid, before we had SSR, was winning all the real world demo comparisons and stuff against all like the, Next.js's and what was the Svelte Sapper equivalent? Because literally their server function, or sorry, their server rendering actually made the page load slower, which is crazy. Now, it's partially because they weren't handling data waterfalls properly and like a whole bunch of other stuff, and people building these demos weren't necessarily the framework authors, and so on and so on. But my point was that with a fast network connection, you're never going to really suffer this. And even early Solid streaming, we never used to stream HTML. We actually used to stream only data. It is slightly faster in these fast network situations than streaming the HTML. And you might be like, how is that possible? They both end up fetching on the server on that initial request. They both serve the page right away. Both start, rendering the JavaScript right away. Well, the difference, so subtle, was that when the server rendered page hit the suspense, basically like the server rendered page hit the suspense boundaries, it would stop because it needed to wait for the content to come from the server to continue hydration. Where the stream data version, while it still needed the data to actually finish the page, it actually kept on rendering into the suspense boundary the way it does when you use client-side suspense, right? It's doing it off screen. So that when the data came, it just filled in the blanks and showed what was there, which ended up being faster than moving the content that you stream to the bottom of the page, the HTML, and inserting it into place and then hydrating it. Crazy, right? So I just want to point out that it isn't necessarily completely clean cut. Another example is like all these server loaders that we're using these days in server functions. Sometimes when you do the hop, like, do I have to scala draw this? Think about what happens here. We have, API service over here. Here's our API, right? And then here's you in your browser. Actually, let's use a different shape for API. Never mind. Let's do this. Let's use a different shape for API. I'll make it a circle. Okay, our API server is over here, right? Again, part of this is we're talking about classic kind of architecture. Sometimes when you try and put an existing architecture into a new architecture, you're not going to have the best results. But what do we want the background of our browser to be? I don't even care. Whatever. Put a browser here, and let's make this our serverless function, and we'll give it a different color. Let's do that. Okay. Now, when you do client-side render app, make that arrow white, you're going to do this. When you do like move your data fetching to the server app, you're going to do this. If it's just proxying it, like maybe this is the edge, maybe this is this, like assuming that you're always still going to hit your API, like you have a separate API service, which a lot of everyone coming out of the 2010s did, which has an interesting thing because you can already see the length of this is longer than the length of this. Obviously, this is because of how I drew it, but sometimes, edge functions, it can be like this. Sometimes it can be a bit like this. You know what I mean? Like sometimes it's like this. And in these cases, it's actually kind of, which side do you do more of? More of this or more of this? I don't know, right? But in almost all cases where you can do this, this might be the most direct pipe. Like you only need to do this on initial render, but this kind of split, you know, like there's a lot of reasons to do this, you know, security considerations or like caching, or there's a whole bunch of other reasons why you might want to do this. But I just want to kind of point out here that like server functions to just fetch another API are adding an extra hop potentially. Guys are the best. DAX apps are so fast. The Friday shifted today. So I just like, it's okay sometimes shaving these milliseconds for like, if you only have to go here and you don't have to go here, well, guess what? You just won considerably, right? So like, it's not as clear cut. I just wanted to show that, like, technically speaking, it's kind of like if I took Go, rendered my page on the server or Rust or something, and then wrote pinpoint JavaScript updates using vanilla.js, kind of jQuery-esque, my hydration costs would be basically zero. And I'd have a very optimal page, and I would, you know, basically have a server first architecture. Maybe, you know, I could even add like swaps. I could do something like HTMX does, and like swap pieces and like kind of get this. And like, if I did exactly the right thing, handled the right JavaScript in the right way, like that could be more optimal if I made the right decision points at every point, you know, in terms of when to swap with HTMX, when to do JS, when to do this, then using some modern framework abstraction. But then there's always this question like, will that scale with people? And if that's the case, like, how much am I losing here versus like I can apply those optimizations elsewhere, right? Caches or whatever. Like, just trying to understand where a reasonable balance of how concerned you could be, because at a certain point, the one thing we do know 100% is that if you just were jQuerying and HTMXing it, there is a level of complexity that will be absolutely insane, and it will get to that complexity before, say, React does. But maybe you don't get there, so who cares, right? This is a bit like when people have been asking me on stream about Astro. I keep on getting them. I'm not ignoring you. I'm gonna get to Astro in a minute. I just wanted to kind of frame this a bit properly, because I want to talk about this SSR CSR thing first, essentially. Yeah. I'm having a good time using HTMX with lit components and lit SSR. Yeah, there you go. That gives you a few slightly higher level tools. And I think an experience like this is almost like a makeshift Astro at that point, right? Because you're using HTMX to load partials, then you can server render these lit hydrated components, and you kind of just made Astro, so to speak. So I'm sure, and the cool thing is, like, you didn't pick up Astro. You just used a couple things you chose and put them together. So that's very powerful. But I am getting somewhere here eventually. Ignoring Astro fans is dangerous. I'm not ignoring Astro fans. We'll get to Astro. I wanna where are we? Yeah, we already talked about Dax here, but he's been going back and forth with this guy, right? And honestly, I read this tweet and there was so much I wanted to unload out of this one. Like, I was like, man, I could just do a whole stream on this one tweet. And that's largely why we're streaming today. But I think there's other references points, so we don't have to like spend as much staring at Guillermo's face right here. But there's a lot of nuance here now. I kind of want to look at this a bit because I'm glad he clarified the CSR SPA world, because as we saw from Malte last week, there's a lot of people when they say single page app, they mean CSR. I think single page app and CSR should not be equivocated. Like, I think like single page app can be CSR'd, it can be SSR'd. The thing that makes a single page app is because it operates off that client style routing. Basically, the app has this, like, it's a single connected client side app. The part that makes the architecture, it is client rendered, client hydrated in a sense, but the fact that the whole, it doesn't prevent it from being pre-rendered is all I mean. Like, it is fundamentally a single entry. It's not like islands, and I'll explain the difference of server components in a minute. But these characteristics define its architecture, right? You must be willing to ship all the code for all the possible data before rendering can begin. This is why you see so many spinners, blah, blah, blah. And he talks about Google a bit. But yeah, let's pick this apart a little bit. Yeah, see, I don't consider server components a single page app architecture, and I'll explain that in a bit. But Next has always been, historically a single page thing. That was why it was so hilarious when Guillermo posted single page apps were a zero interest rate phenomenon. If he was talking about CSR, I get it, but in my head he was talking about Next.js. Like, that's how I read it, which, but I know that's not what he meant. It was just, that was where my amusement was. Yeah, no, this is the problem with CSR was not a term, right? We just had single page apps that were originally client rendered, then they had a pre-rendering. And just in the same way that when originally multi-page apps was not a term, MPAs, no one called it. It was like we had websites, like my Rails site, and then we had single page apps. We had to backtrack once. This often happens. Once you get a category, once you define it, you have to define what the other alternative is. So now that SSR has become so prominent, we now have to say CSR. But they are both single page apps. And in the sense, now that single page apps have become so prominent, we have to say multi-page apps, and just instead of just saying website, because website could be either. It doesn't mean anything anymore. So, okay. One of the reasons React server components are inevitable, much like Thanos, is UI is a function of data. This is true. Data drives pretty much all of user interface. Like, sure, there's layouts, but it all is driven off data, right? This is why I think data flow is really important in UI components, why I'm a big fan of signals. Because there's a difference between saying this in the general sense and drawing this, or state, or whatever the hell you want to call it, right? We've all seen this UI as a function of state thing before. In general, I can agree with this. The problem is when I see this implies like state composition, right? Like, this implies that we should define that function could be function. Sorry, I'm trying to think of, like, I'm like making up notation while I go. I shouldn't even use that, but I'm kind of just capital F function. Defining function is, I'm just, whatever. Could be function 1 state plus function 2 state, and so on, right? The problem I have when I look at this is it almost looks like it's a single tree, like that. It's just like you, and it actually could be state part, here, like, and this isn't necessarily true. This is, like, I think the biggest flaw with the, React from a fundamentals thing. It's not flaw, it's like a choice to oversimplify it to basically say that this is true, because then it removes a lot of the things you have to consider. But in general, state and UI overlap, but they aren't the same thing. They aren't the exact same tree. State can affect multiple functions, which this can handle as well. But the problem is you can tell the problem right off the bat. Your state only has one entry point, and then it forks out. That's not how these things work. Those connections are not necessarily along the composition boundaries, and the ownership doesn't fall out here somewhere where you pass the state in, like let state and then pass it in. That is the flaw or limitation of thinking purely in like React zone. These things are tightly coupled and related, but they aren't the same boundaries. They aren't actually the same thing. This doesn't have very much to do with this tweet. It immediately caught my head here, because React server components, and data fetching inside the component and stuff, like the whole like pattern and not hoisting and like all that thing kind of, it makes perfect sense for React because it plays into the same oversimplification, which is probably the source of most tension in React architecturally, although it's also the source of the most simplification. Like it's a double-edged sword. I just wanted to point out that UI is a function of data. In a general sense, yes. In a functional programming sense, I think that is like the React brain sort of thing. And I think it's not quite necessarily the best way to model stuff. That's cute. Like it's fine. This is a good model. You need a mental model when you go into using a framework stuff. The mental model is more important than the tool itself. Okay, sorry. A question came in before I should have moved on. Let me just a second. But that I just want to kind of lay that out. Do you think we'll get to a point where we can do all the rendering in the client, no SR, even for SEO heavy pages, assuming that the client can start data fetching and stream it down? No. No, unless something fundamentally changes with the web in terms of preloading, because the e-commerce guys who are seen to be driving the direction of the web are all about that first hit. The reason we do all of this is because shoes. If this link click is slow, I've already bounced. Shit, this must be a single page app. See how slow that was? I'm on fast internet. Sorry, Karuma USA. Does anyone here do better? How about Rothy's? Not bad, Rothy's. This alone is probably going to have tube impact. I mean, it depends where the money's coming from. But it's like, if you can solve this problem, why don't you? That wasn't a DAX app. Yeah, well, but the data fetching isn't that okay. Okay. Well, I mean, sorry, maybe I misunderstood your question. When I say client rendering, I'm assuming the data fetching is happening on a waterfall from the client. Let me read your question again. Do you get to the point where we can do all the rendering on the client, no SSR, even for SEO? The server can kickstart data fetching and stream it down. Okay. Well, I mean, I mean that is SSR kind of. I mean, I used to do this in my own old spa pages. We'd server render the data into the top of the page, and then we'd render it with the client side. That's how we used to run it at Bitagami. Yeah, I mean, okay. It's interesting. I didn't talk about this yet, but see, Googlebot can handle the SEO of these JavaScript heavy pages that do the rendering, but they downgrade it. Like if they can read the HTML synchronously, like they give it a different, like the scoring and stuff works different than if they can't get the page all at once. Um, so I don't know. I feel like we're still a ways from from uh, from this really being a thing. It's interesting though because I can see the desire here, especially when you talk about offline experiences, because you're like you're only paying that upfront cost once. You know, like in a sense, mobile apps are like that. You like download the app and then you're kind of done, right? It's interesting, like what we're optimizing for. It's quite possible that we're over compensating for this scenario. Oh, what's this website? Middle ground. But like, I don't know. Yeah. I know this is about other backends, and this is the problem. I mean, it could change in the future and stuff, right? The way stuff's heading right now, for the best client side experience, you have to use JavaScript on the server. It's just like non-negotiable. Like it's that's why I made that comment when Prime rated my stream a little while ago about like the best thing you could do to improve the performance of your app for your front end users is use JavaScript on the server. And then like, I'm not like, I don't mean for everything all that, but I am actually relatively serious about that right now. I know people are doing Go server component stuff. It's really interesting with the server component model that you could be like, well, I can make the server components use Go. Like if they could process the JavaScript. The problem is like, how dumb is your templating versus your logic? I it almost always leaves you into two systems, which is fine. You're kind of opting into it for performance reason, but I don't think. I think like the DX people are going to be chasing after something else for quite some time, because there's this hope dream that we can just write stuff a single sort of way and for it all to work. And almost all the things that involve splitting the languages don't give you that experience. The thing about this drawing here, that I showed in Excalibur earlier, where I was talking about the API, is consider an alternate architecture that looked more like. Let me put something here. What color do I want to make this? Blue? I don't really care. An alternate architecture that looked more like this. Now, I made this edge. This could literally be any server. We don't really care. Server. Thank you, Excalibur. Let's widen it a little bit. This is why triangles are not good, or this is why diamonds are not good shapes. But what I'm trying to get at is, if you remove the API hop, this could essentially be the same difference. Like this is your API. I heard a Node.js tribber say they have built more performant JS apps than Rust apps. I'm not sure what to think about that, because it's like I think the beginning heard a Node.js contributor basically says a lot. But yes, I mean JavaScript doesn't have to be slow. I remember we were testing at our startup the difference between running our service in Node and running it in Python. And because of the, like, I think we're using Tornado or something, because of the parallelization of the way Node was handling like the async, it was actually more performant for our use case than using Python, for example. I don't know. There might be scenarios where this makes sense, you know. true diamond problem. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, the reason I wanted to draw this for a moment was just to kind of like highlight that. Let me see. There was a question that someone had written a comment here about data fetching. It's fine. I'm not going to worry about this. All right. I was recently thinking about SSR, and even though it's not good, and even that is not good enough because we are proxying your request to an API. Maybe we need to figure out a good way to templating with progressive enhancement. Yeah, sorry, I took it out of context. I was just thinking about the fact that like a lot of the monolithic frameworks are actually telling you to do this and not do this. Like if you have an API, make it a separate endpoint. Like have them both talk to the same, like the same backend. That was the only thing I was kind of playing with. Anyway, because they're making use of edge servers. Yeah, right, exactly. That's probably where it comes in. Then you effectively need a certain API. I don't know. Does Prisma work on Edge yet? Prisma even fast? Okay. Let's get back to our buddy Guillermo here. Okay, in a CSR SSR world, you must be willing to ship all the code for all the possible data before rendering can begin. This is why you see so many spinners. Is that true? No, that's not true. For rendering to begin, we had to think about this again. Now, obviously, if you do break it up a bunch, that's why you see a bunch of spinners, especially if you don't module preload and parallelize them. You know what I mean? Like you should make sure. But see, in a CSR world, you don't know what page you're going to be on, so you can't very easily module preload them. Like if you go into a Hacker News example here, and we go to the network on our CSR version, there's probably not that many. Uh, is this the new version? Oh yeah, damn it! I gotta always go in incognito because of freaking Chrome extensions. Okay, let's go here. Let's look at the JS. Okay, so yeah, see, because it gets the main bundle, it gets the stories page, but then it's like, oh, I didn't realize I needed. Actually, the stories page is something I injected myself. Usually, it would get the name bundle because I knew that most people would land on the stories page, so I always load it. But most people get the late main bundle, like get the main bundle, and then they cascade into the specific page they need, right? Because like this was a performance hack I did myself. Um, Whereas like when you SSR the page, you know exactly what JavaScript you need for the page. So if I went to like this version, what you're going to see is these load at the exact same time. See, entry and ID, because you have that information. So I will I will I will bite on this a bit because on CSR you don't need all the code because you don't need to load the code not on your route, but you don't know what page you're on before you know what page you're on. So there's this inherent waterfall if you use code splitting. So there's like always going to be that spinner. I don't think spinners are a bad thing. Streaming, for example, also has lots of spinners because you send the response back before the data. So I think, I mean, there's a question here. There's a balance, but when you can send back feedback, like from an affordance standpoint, you can either go wait for the whole thing and it shows up in one go, which is smoother if it happens relatively fast, or you can show feedback while it's loading and load the thing sooner and show that it's loading. Usually up to a range that is better. If it's fast, you might not want to be as heavy-handed. If you already have content on the page, you probably don't want to drop back to a loading spinner. But on that, we're talking about initial load here. Like tell me I'm going to the next page, like to the new site or whatever. So yeah, I'm not necessarily I I'm not necessarily complaining about the spinners, but um there is this waterfall and you do need the JavaScript to hydrate. who's telling you what, like something on the server needs to know what, like this, you need the first bundle to load in the client, parse execute to figure out, oh, window location, I'm on this page, what's the next JavaScript chunk? The server would otherwise have to be able to have the routing information to make that decision for you to pre-render it. So like in a pure CSR example, you don't get the module preload the the page. Like the soonest you can do it is when that first chunk of JavaScript executes. Yeah. I mean, I'm the way he worded this is why I felt like a little bit, you know what I mean? Like that's why my first thing was like, no, this isn't true. But I mean, let's continue. Imagine if Google was a single page app. The calculator, weather, shopping flights, snippets, all AI movies playing restaurant, every custom experience the client would know how to render. For a server to load up all these code paths is no big deal. Servers are bigger than clients. Okay, sure. Deal with lots of stuff and they can keep it in memory. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Okay. But I'm not Google. I think more like Google than you give yourself credit for, or you should be. Think about feature flags, under development, experiments, geo-targeted experience, promotions, AI capabilities, adding blah, blah, blah. Okay, servers have data. Servers know what to render. Clients get it in one fell swoop as a stream without extra hops. It's actually the simplest architecture you can conceive, and one that has made Google, Amazon, Facebook succeed, billions of users. Before you ask, yeah, okay, CO2. Okay, let's ignore the CO2 for a minute. Okay, let's dig into this because, like, the conclusion is correct. There's a reason eBay uses Marko for years. Amazon has never picked up React for Amazon.com. Why Google has Wiz, right? That's why I made this quote about this is the best argument to use Qwik Dev that I've ever heard. Because if you're going to use a framework to talk about Google search, the internal framework at Google that does search photos and that is called Wiz. Qwik was basically based off that framework. So, you know, that was the point of it. But a bunch of people means like, shouldn't I use SolidStart? I'm like, well, hold your horses. We'll get here. I want to pick at this a little bit. Okay, maybe I should answer some questions. Has what I said so far made sense? Okay, one thing, Ryan, does the SSR rendered only happen on initial page load? After initial page load, the app is in the client side rendered all the time. Well, it depends on what the service is. For Google search and eBay.com, those are MPAs. So no, it is not just initial thing. They literally don't use traditional single page app architecture. They use multi-page app architecture. But there's tension to do more client-side stuff as well. You can see how this could extend into client-like architectures where I'm going in a minute. I think I get it. Loading spinner's bad, pulsing skeleton's good. Yeah, yeah, of course. Okay, so you guys were with me. Okay. Now, okay. Let's first contend with this. If Google was a spa, calculate weather, shopping, flights, feature snippets, factory, all AI experience, blah 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 blah. Every customer experience the client would have to know how to render it. Yes. So, does it need to know how to render it when the page loads? Is the question. Now, that's a more interesting question, because he's right that whatever you render on the page, if you want to hydrate it, the code has to be present to hydrate it. Have you ever loaded a website where they put a placeholder? Like, pretend you have a code IDE on your documents page and you don't want to absolutely kill your page score because you don't want everyone to have to load it until they scroll into it or whatever. It's not uncommon to render one component on the server and hydrate basically nothing there, and then on some kind of interactive point, at that point, actually load it in. You might even eagerly load the JavaScript. It just won't be blocking for a hydration standpoint, right? You all know what I'm talking about, right? If I go to solidjs.com and literally like idiots, we put a code editor like right on our homepage, which would obviously kill our performance. But the trick is it's below the fold. We're not feeling it yet. When I scroll down, there it is, right? See that? This is usually a quick demo, but like literally it's not hard to wire up yourself at a more coarse grain level. More pictures. Yeah. Yeah, maybe we'll need the Excalibur out, but I just wanted to show like the simple lazy. You put this behind a lazy component, you trigger something that will cause it like to like the signal that switches, and because we never server rendered it, right? Now the question is, if it's above the fold, then you know, it's a very different experience if I went to Google search. Try cars this time. And like we saw loading spinners for these like side panels, and like, so can we server render it and then wake it up lazily? Yeah. So exactly. This is like what I'm getting at is the biggest hack to get around this is client render only. Client only. I added a client only component to SolidStart, like a lazy loader. I was thinking of putting a placeholder option in it as well, which I think people would probably all love, because then we could actually like show the alternate UI, and then the problem is if I had the placeholder UI, you'd probably need. Well, no, it's probably fine. You just control. No, you need all the. I need to expose the triggers, like, so you got to wire it yourself. But it wouldn't be hard to make like a lazy wrapper, that was built on like what triggers it, and just be like, here you go. Here's a component that does this behavior. But that's a very CSR focused approach. What if you actually wanted to server render it? Too late. It's also UX issue. If you're client rendering something that takes a while to be interactive, that's not a great experience. Better to show a user-friendly placeholder. Yeah, sure. But yeah, I think that's fair. But like I'm now talking at the scale of like Google search. Like they're not doing it because this is particularly slow. They just don't know what they know until they actually do the search. Cars has a different panel than, I don't know, restaurants, right? Let's do restaurants. You know, I got a map now. Like, if Google, Amazon on Spa with skeletons and loading, they don't though, right? Like Guillermo is right. Their performance critical stuff is not using single page app type technologies. They're not like using React. Like that's not how this works. Now, don't get me wrong. Guillermo's making the argument for why you should use server components, because he's saying that they're a little bit different. They're also not using JS in the background. Well, that is true. Wiz is being used in combination with Java, and they actually have a Java to JavaScript compiler at Google, like to kind of interop between them. I forget what it's called, but anyway, I've had lots of technical discussions with both the Angular and Wiz teams at Google. But coming back to this is, if you want to server render it, there is kind of a little white lie that's around right now, and I think this is when this is when I piss off all the Astro people. I suppose maybe I don't. Lazy hydration is a myth. Like, you can do it if something is truly isolated. Like if you have an island that is basically a micro front end, yes, you can lazy hydrate. But if any communication, if there's global state at all, then it's possible, and that can be read inside that island, then it's possible that if anyone interacts with the page, you can no longer hydrate. This doesn't take view transition API. That just like really exemplifies it if you're trying to make something very app-like experience. And it doesn't matter if you view all your islands as like micro front ends. You have lots of different isolated services. But once you're sharing state, hydration will break or may break if someone interacts with one part of your page and you haven't hydrated the other part. This is just the reality of it. This is something that I think everyone's going to come to realize in the next year or so. People making simple content sites will, still go this way and do that. But I think people are going to start understanding that there is a real limitation to, islands in this sense. People don't know this. Marko and big companies that use islands like eBay, they eagerly hydrate their islands. There's a reason why React server components eagerly hydrate. You can't lazily hydrate. Right? Like, hydration also comes with lazy loading JS, which is the worst version of the one from the CSSR. Yeah, I mean, you don't necessarily have to lazy load the JS either. I would tell people not to. This is why I always like made a big stink. Qwik obviously eventually got to preloading the JS, but like I was always like, you guys are like, this is just not the battle to be fighting. There's a certain amount of like, you've already cut like 80% of the JavaScript. Like why are we like, maybe like there's places where you want to lazy load the JS. Like if this map wasn't above the fold, yeah, let's lazy load it. Like my code editor, maybe maybe there's an argument for it, but like I feel like those zones are very specific. Like like, damn, that map is expensive. That code editor is expensive. Well, they write some of their JS in Java. That explains English. I don't know enough about Angular. I know they like classes there. But anyway. But where I'm going to here is you can't lazily hydrate, really. So in a sense, Guillermo's right. If you're going to server render this stuff, what you have to do is like you just don't know. The problem with this is he's making a strawman against CSR in single page app world, and to be fair, like we talked about, you can just put the placeholder up But if we're talking RSCs against like server rendered single page apps, and like I think this is a fair argument to make, because to my knowledge, there is only one way that you can lazily hydrate. I wonder if anyone sees it. Because the problem with lazy hydration is that the state on the server has to represent the current state of the DOM. You could lazily hydrate if at the point of interaction, you knew for sure you could hydrate it just in time. Like essentially the piece as you needed it before the action would cause a change. Now there's two problems with that. First of all, if the JavaScript isn't there, that's kind of expensive. Like now I'm waiting for it. So like, we're not doing this for preloading considerations. The second is suddenly you're like, okay, let's run the app or this part of the app once in hydrate mode, and now let's apply the change. I mean, this is how React selective hydration works, but that's only on initial page load, and most of the time people like aren't going crazy clicking at the beginning. Like they do it, they know it's an expense, but they do it as soon as they can so that not everyone's going to feel it. So really the only way to do something like lazy hydration is resumability, because then at that interaction, you just wake up that code and run it for the first time. There's no delay there. But you see the prerequisite. You need a fine-grained reactive system, or you need to know the data dependencies of isolated parts of your app. Otherwise, you can't hydrate like that. So Wiz at Google is eager in the way it loads. It doesn't do Qwik's like lazy loading JavaScript thing, that as far as I know, but it is resumable, right? Because it doesn't have to execute the hydration code because it doesn't really hydrate. It executes the code when it needs to run the code. That is the only way like you do it. Like client, this is why when I use Astro, I use client load or client idle. I would never consider using any other the client things unless it like client visible and all that, unless I knew that this was like truly like a micro front end or different thing, or like I was putting in one of these suckers, right? Like you can't lazy hydrate. It is broken, and the challenge here obviously is that even resumability can't save you from what's not currently on the page, right? Because it can wake up what it knows about from reactive dependencies. But if that reactive dependency is on the next page you're going to navigate to, then it can't wake you up. So from that perspective, I'm a very long way about saying is resumability doesn't solve routing. Essentially, it's not. I always call React Server Components a routing solution. Resumability is not a routing solution. It's just a purely hydration solution. So this is why when I was reading about this, I was like, he's talking about resumability. He's not talking about React Server Components. He's not talking about routing. He's talking about resumability. Now, don't get me wrong. React Server Components do partial hydration. You have this ability to basically tell the client which components are needed, which client components are needed, because the server rendering, goes down that path. And then because it's partial, you only need the JavaScript for that one part and, that whole thing. But I mean, you could argue that to a certain degree about any SSR, couldn't you? The trick is not needing the JavaScript to run immediately for all of these widgets on the page, only as they're needed. So that's where my split is here. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah. You need reactivity. Sorry, I didn't let you answer, Dave. you need reactivity in order to do lazy hydration. To be fair, granular lazy hydration and resumability are a spectrum. So I was saying like you need to go run everything, but like in theory, if you only need to run the portion of the reactive graph that needed to update, like create it while you're updating it, it's not resumable by say MISCO standards, but I would consider that sufficient. And as long as there's no delay because you weren't like loading JS, it was there, so you could process it synchronously. That overhead would probably be perfectly fine, so to speak. So yes, reactivity is probably the true answer here, but I'm just trying to frame this so you understand that like it's the realm over by resumability where this would be a consideration. So yeah, this is a great pitch for Qwik. Because as I said, and you can kind of see all the things people talk about SPA, can I code split, and all this stuff. And the answer is, I think we just went over it. Sort of, but not really. That all being said, there's other ways to solve this problem. And until you're Google, maybe this doesn't matter. As I said, I'm not picking RSCs for this. Perhaps at a topic, did you see the experiment with Astro plus Qwik? If so, do you think the combination makes any sense or common reasonable cases? I don't know. I think it's good that Qwik is in Astro in the sense that like Astro is like the place you get to try everything. Everybody's friends. So that's a good place to be. You can like put your stuff together. They're like the micro front ends for everyone, you know? Like but without the overhead of micro front ends. They're micro front ends on the server, i.e. micro front ends done the right way. So yes, if you have a mostly the thing is you could do everything that Astro does in Qwik on with Qwik by itself, but this is like a good gateway for Qwik. Astro's been great for Solid for that sense, but yeah, like does Qwik need Astro? Not really. It can do everything that Astro does without it. Well, except for maybe the view transition API right now. I'm not sure. As I said, Qwik's routing solutions are either MPA or bring all the JavaScript back. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's a middle ground, but I'd say at that point, the gains for Qwik are, you know, assuming you have a bunch of big Astro pages and small components, aren't going to be any different than like using Svelte or Solid with Astro. Not really. I mean, sure they don't hydrate, but like, I guess like with the Google consideration, yeah, maybe. But then again, at that point where you're getting that micro, I'd probably use Qwik on its own. Right. Well, and I think this is sort of where we're getting to. What our source of innovation now is coming from large companies. I know this, right? I've seen these patterns, both from working at eBay and also from, you know, on the frameworks, and also from like, you know, working closely with the people at Google. I don't know about Meta's setup as well, but like that's where things are at. There's this question. It's like these. Well, this is the thing. It's a very real thing for, you know, Netlify or Vercel or whatever. We have customers who are like, we want to sell products and have the performance of the big guys. How do we do that today? And I would have said a couple of years ago, if someone said Next.js, I would have kind of chuckled. I would have been like, yeah, no. But they made incredible progress in the last couple of years, things like server components that really, you know, close that gap, right? So like, I think that's why we're getting here. But there's a lot of people who aren't building that. Yeah, Kroger is all React, and I'm sorry if you've ever read Taylor's article. It's the most. It's like there's nothing more real world than to see like someone demo a future for Kroger, which would absolutely demolish the React site in every metric. He actually even brought them phones Like that stream is amazing. You should go back. It's like a year or so back. I should post it. The stream I did with Taylor. He brought them the phones they sold on their own websites and was like, "How do you guys like using Kroger.com?" And it was like he did like a simple checkout process, and it took him 22 seconds on the phone with the new, Marko based whatever site, and it took he ran out on video on Twitter to like show it all. Like it took over 2.5 minutes to do the same checkout process on their React site. Like I told you earlier that there was probably wrong solutions for the you know there might not be a single best good option, but like yeah. Walmart.com is another great example of a React single page app. They don't all have to be terrible like that. And Next is working really hard to change the math there, but I'm just there's some of it is innate, some of it like improvements are coming. Yeah, I said early in the stream, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Like at a certain point, it's like what you could use Vite directly, but like, and you still can, but like, why not just give people the tools where they can literally just jump and then leap all within one go? Like they aren't losing anything there. Why is Qwik on his own? Well, really, only Qwik and Marko were concerned with this. I mean, Marko obviously has always been that. It was built for eBay for this purpose. Qwik was basically Misko seeing what they were doing internally at Google, and after he left the Angular team, being like, we need to open source this, find a way to do this to like help e-commerce. He's working for Builder, which makes a CMS. To be fair, you guys are gonna all love this. Do you know who one of the main core creators of Wiz is? I don't think everyone knows this, even though I'm talking a lot about Qwik and stuff. The I don't think he necessarily was the original only guy. I think there's a couple of them internally who created it. But Malte, CTO of Vercel, was one of the like core main maintainers. At least if he wasn't the creator, he was the guy who showed it the world. He did the first like conference talk on Wiz. You know what I mean? So it is interesting to see the Misko and Malte go back and forth in this thread, because I think what I wonder if I can find it. It was just kind of funny because I quote tweeted it, which got a lot more eyes on it than Misko's tweets. It got buried here. He just replied, Google search works on top of Wiz. Wiz is resumable and is really good at not loading all code at once. That's why it's such good time to interactivity. RSC is a step in the right direction, but it does not go far enough. It still has large islands which require eager code execution through hydration. Google search would never work as an RSC. The ultimate is resumability as in Qwik, inspired by Wiz, but it takes it to a whole new level, blah, blah, blah. And then Malte. I've watched these guys go back and forth. I was at a conference and it was actually really amusing. It was like Malte on one side of the table and Misko on the other side, and me being like, you guys both have really good ideas. You continue to be wrong about this, although by now it might just be in price language, since I did give you a few really quick steps. Wiz loads code as early as possible. See, this is what I was talking about. It eagerly loads code but lazily executes it. Exactly like RCs, but a little slower due to lack of preload support. It hydrates lazily, right? React 8's preemptive hydration is superior to lazy hydration, as it gives a great early interactivity and allows you to ignore the laziness in respect to the programming model. I do think this might be the big shift that we see over time here, because my experience is that the laziness is overrated. It's the reduction of actual hydration costs that is the bigger win, and the reduction of code. So yeah, anyways, if it is superior, then RCs could run Google search. Pretty sure the answer is no. Every test I've ever done presumably beats hydration. It makes sense. There's just less code to run, download, and execute. Oh yeah, RC would be great for Google search. Like, see, this is fun. They're going back and forth. Fun fact: my internal chest. Yeah, so he's saying like this is him going back to about like how, because of a migration story from something earlier than Wiz, he had to actually do eager hydration, and then yeah, anyway, blah blah blah. They just you won't nerd snipe me into taking my old job to prove you wrong. I love that the Wiz team is staying very quiet on here. Like I don't see Jatin in here anywhere. No, they're just like let them argue. I love that Wiz and Marko have taken sort of like a legendary status of just being like the ultimate system that like goes beyond what any like people in open source are doing. Anyways, probably, but I mean, part of it, like the thing is, they all have custom solutions for the other piece. Then again, like React has been fairly successful at Meta. Like, don't get me wrong, the infrastructure around it is different. They have Relay, they have a whole bunch of stuff, but like the front end framework is only going to be the blocker if it affects the infrastructure. Like React before server components would definitely not be suitable for certain things. Server components take it to a different level. Whether it actually closes the gap completely is another question. But yeah, I believe XHP does. I don't know for sure, but their their PHP server that like big pipe setup that they set up in the late 2000s, like 2008, 2009 period was a big influence for Marko. And I guess they had, I think they had out of order streaming there. I mean, I'm pretty sure. So I imagine. No, no, I mean literally maybe now, but like you don't know. There's incredible pressure inside eBay to like not. I don't know how much to speak about it. There's a lot of teams and people coming in for developers to use React, and the same thing in Amazon. Everyone's like this, and every time like a new team comes in or contractors, and then they do a bake off, and React just falls flat. Like it just isn't good enough. Like just not. So like for the use case, it's not just because they're stuck on legacy systems. It is literally just not good enough. There was a great set series of posts from Amazon about this a couple years ago. Like it just really, it's not even, it's on both sides. It's the server rendering speed. Marko is one of the fastest server rendering JavaScript frameworks, like not even close. You put in benchmarks, it's like, why is this always like so much faster? Bandwidth, everything. It's kind of crazy. And it, like even before getting to the client rendering part, which is a slowdown, even like Netflix, who was very strong React for a while, like, and they were one of the early adopters. They show them in the React film. They're like less than 2 years later, they told everyone about their crazy discovery of how to get better performance by server rendering React and not using it on the client. Like React's evolved a lot from there, but it's not just because they're on legacy systems. Those legacy systems are often more better suited. Like it's one of those challenges where like the solution's more suited for the specific use case that it's hard to get someone else out. Because trust me, if they could, people would jump all over it. It just actually isn't good enough. Like they like trust me, like the amount of belly aching that I heard about Marko when I was there, like from developers was a lot. And it was mostly it wasn't even for technical reasons or for like even that much on dev experience. It was literally because they were worried about their React not working on React affecting their career. Interesting. So a way to alleviate pressure on the servers. That's interesting. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I just answered that. Yeah. React in general is about, I mean, in simple string-based benchmarks, React itself is about 10 times slower than say even Solid. But Solid's not as fast. It's faster than Marko on pure server rendering, but not on like bandwidth thing. Marko um, is considerably faster when you consider bandwidth type considerations. React creates a virtual DOM on the server and then stringifies it, where other server renders literally are like basically template languages. It's definitely, I mean, how much does that matter? 10x? Did the page take 3 milliseconds to render or 30? It's actually probably more like, did it take 1.5 milliseconds or 15 milliseconds, maybe, like at an extreme. I'm sure that 10 doesn't scale up. I'm sure it's more like one takes 2 milliseconds and one takes like 8 milliseconds or 10 milliseconds. Like you know what I mean? Like, depends on the page, depends on the payload or stuff. Like, I don't know if that matters much. Svelte was on the table. Svelte, but no, basically, classically, no client side. Svelte was actually faster than React, about twice as fast, but it was still a much slower than Marko or Solid for the longest time. Svelte's now in the similar range on server rendering, but the partial hydration part of the solution was too important. And streaming. Streaming is very important for eBay's use case. Yeah, it's funny. Like, he works at Netlify, or sorry, Netflix. I keep on saying Netlify. I meant Netflix. Did I say Netlify earlier? I meant Netflix. He they went from full React to React just on the server to what are we going to do with React? Now, don't get me wrong. I think any JavaScript framework might suffer under Netflix's scrutiny, so to speak. But like, it's an interesting tension. Yeah, yeah. Even Preact created VDOM. I think they now have a to string method, but for the longest time, where was it? SSR bench. Maybe I should just go to my GitHub. I can probably find it. Because I forked it and I probably had the last update on it. Benchmark. Framework benchmark. Isomorphic UI benchmarks. This is the classic one. Let's go to my updated thing. But like, if you look at the history, it's the same too. Don't look at those results. Look at these results. One is a search result page from eBay with all the header and like tons of markup, not much interactivity. The other one is just like a freaking color picker, like a to-do MVC little app. And what you're going to see here is that like Preact and React are actually the slowest because of this VDOM transfer. Vue is here. Svelte is, and Inferno. Svelte is pretty decent. And then obviously Solid now and Marko, right? And then color picker, Marko, again, Preact and React, kind of like here. Vue, Inferno is pretty good, although they're kind of cheating in one of the examples. They don't escape something. Solid and then Svelte. Svelte should be faster now. I don't think I have the latest update here. Svelte is now about double of what it was before. So now it's in the 67-ish, and I think here they're going to be about 18 or 20-ish. Yeah, you know what I mean. But like, oh, sorry, my cam is hiding the text. Hopefully I scrolled it enough that people can see it. Anyways, this is just pure but yeah, if you look at like the older runs, like back in the day, like what's this one? Oh, this is client side. Yeah, never mind. Let me go to the actual official results. This, I mean, you can actually see it in the graphs. Like the last time this was updated back in 2019 by them, like the client stuff was kind of like mediocre for Marko, but the server stuff, it was just like not even close. And I feel like, yeah, I don't know. Anyway. Once you didn't see were solids. Yeah, it was much faster. Classically, after Svelte 5, it won't be, because they're switching to basically compiling to solid. But classically, that was a thing. I have a study showing that Svelte scaled. By the time you got to any kind of mediocre, medium-sized applications, like once you got past a small app, Svelte was larger than most frameworks. And then like once you got to like a chunky app, maybe 80 unique components, Svelte was larger than React on the client. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. Because Marko uses its compiler. Like a lot of the tricks that Svelte have been looking at are like that's what Marko and Marko 6 does. It uses compiler to know better about reactivity chaining, which means that it could like do even more. I once I wrote an article that said that Solid was not the best for server-side rendering, potentially because our template analysis wasn't as effective as it could be if we had it. Like it doesn't matter for client, but for server it might matter. So in theory, like the stuff that Dominic was talking about reminds me of conversations I had with the eBay team 3.5 years ago. Like if you look at Michael Rawlings' articles, you can go to Medium on this. Let's see, can I find Michael Rawlings? Yeah. If you go and find his, maybe you don't need a single page app. Yeah, back in 2020, people didn't realize this. Generic hooks. I think this one's probably the best example of it. He actually talks about what he calls subcomponent hydration in here. This is before we kind of got into the resumability thing, but he was talking purely, and this is very similar to the stuff that Dominic's been talking about. Right? So probably worth a read. So we've had him on the show. We had him on the show only a few weeks ago. Brilliant, brilliant engineer. All right. Thoughts on this? Okay, let me see what this is, Dave. Help me understand Next.js real quick. If I want progressive enhancement, people might have a JavaScript disable when they view my site, but I also want the performance benefit of streaming by using suspense. How do I achieve that? The moment you disable JavaScript, all your suspense fall actually remain stuck forever. Yes. No. It just means you can't stream it. It doesn't mean you can't use suspense. Suspense is just a loading mechanism to tell the server when it's done. So technically speaking, if you don't flush till the end, you can still stream it. In SolidStart, we used to have you choose which render method, but now, for example, if you go into SolidStart and you go in here and you go start SSR, true, general, streaming, but if you go async, maybe you need a better name. This is coming from Solid's render async method. Now this will work with JavaScript turned off. It just, even though you wrote the same suspense code, it just doesn't flush it till everything's ready. This is the old like wait for the page to finish thing. I changed that from being the default like it was before, but like and with React, there's a hook like on shell complete or something. Like, I'm sure there's a way you can tell Next not to flush the stream until the end. Okay. Is there a response here? Yeah, but in order streaming doesn't solve a bunch of things. It only, yeah. Brian Florence talking about hydration or lack of it. Okay, I don't know. The current Svelte hydration mechanism that has directions to stop crawling and hydration on the components that have no change. So it's similar to the subcomponent thing Marko was doing. Is it? Because it's, you can't just stop. You have to restart as well. like the way the subcomponent with Marko was doing was using the reactivity to auto. So maybe it's similar. I don't know. The auto detect the reactive dependencies, and then like they were going to use a bundler to do it. Once we discovered we could do resumability, it's drastically simplified the approach, because then we could just use tree shaking. But originally they're going to use bundler analysis to track the reactivity and know which things could have props, you know? Yeah, in order streaming is good. It just it's like a different thing like I was talking about earlier. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We want to be good web citizens. Progressive enhancement is like an accessibility consideration. I keep on telling people this, and no one likes my framing, but I'm gonna keep on saying it. It's not a replacement for hydration. It's not even that good as what happens before JS loads off, because like that could mean interacting with the page early gives you different behavior. It's actually kind of bad. That's why most frameworks now actually load inline scripts. Qwik isn't the only one who's like a bootloader. Solid has this hydration script. React has it. Otherwise, selective hydration wouldn't work. You know what I mean? Like, we all are loading scripts, small scripts, at initial page render time, so that's how streaming works, right? Like, so yeah, I don't know. It's it's a hard one. It is interesting because working with the form APIs is kind of miserable. So I'm glad like we've got some answers there, but like I don't know if I'd use the form APIs myself. I just like use action, be done with it, you know, server function away. I don't know. It's hard. I can see use cases. I think it's good we support it. It's just like it. It's just never going to be as good. And at a certain point, you like it's so funny when you're using CSR. This isn't even what am I reading out of brackets? Like trying to talk seriously, and this is what gets on my screen. Um, God, can I get back to somewhere reasonable? Just close this tab. Um, I'm not gonna call it a waste of time. It's just something you definitely, we try and reduce the trade-off, but you're definitely opting into it. It might be overrated. I feel like the remix guys are using it like as a bit of like a solve for everything. Like, I kind of don't want, if someone clicks a link on my page before the client router loads, to reload the page. I kind of like wish that doesn't happen. I mean, it does happen in Solid, but part of me wishes that it didn't. It's hard to like, it's better than nothing, but it's also kind of like, okay. What profile am I even on? Okay, back here. Yeah, I think we're good with Guillermo, right? That's all he's a can't see dots. Atila is doing a good job trying his best. I don't know if people saw this, but his series, he did the new intro video, and he's been doing a series of videos on stuff like nested reactivity and stuff with Solid. Oh, come on, Alexa, what are you doing? I don't know if you guys heard that. Siri thought I said her name and is talking to me from my other laptop, which is sitting over there. Anyway. Okay. How are we doing? Okay, yeah. So let's go back here. Do I even want to talk about this? Maybe later. I know what I want to talk about. Okay, let's just get this out of the way before we move on. Gatsby is not dead. Now, it's this is a pretty funny thing because I have to admit I don't work on the frameworks team and I'm pretty much in isolation. So me talking about this is probably kind of terrible because I kind of thought Gatsby was dead when Ward and prominent Gatsby people are like it's dead. Then I'm kind of like, oh, I guess Gatsby's dead. I am not on the frameworks team, but just there's an interesting positioning here. But they did a whole blog about the new work that's going into Gatsby. So, future Gatsby. While Gatsby framework is no longer the new kid on the block, it's not going away anytime soon. It's been battle tested by companies for many years and used for large, real-world, high-performing websites, including many enterprise customers. Here at Netlify, we committed to continue supporting Gatsby. In addition, framework stable, predictable, high-performing. We're now working to give it extra superpowers. We're a strong integration with Composable Web, Connect, and Create. Okay. Closely tied to prior structure through adapters feature. So yeah, they're basically making generic adapters for Gatsby, Matt Billman says, while we don't plan for Gatsby to be a place for the main innovation in the framework ecosystem to take place, it will be a safe, robust, reliable choice to build production quality websites and e-commerce stores, and will gain new powers by way of great complementary tools. Okay, so there you go. Just in case you guys didn't know, Gatsby is not dead. There you go. Officially not dead. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, I honestly, I work at Netflix and I thought I was dead, so yeah. Apparently. To be fair, I haven't been paying attention to recently. I've been very focused on the solid releases, but no, I know that there is a frameworks team that work relentlessly on working with all the different frameworks, Gatsby, Remix, Next, etc. So I like there is a team here still, moving these things forward. The only available adapter is the Netlify one. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Maybe I should convince them to move to Nitro. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I know where I wanted to go next because this one gets a little spicy. Also, whoever this person is, they clearly watch my stream maybe after the fact. Big props and thanks. I appreciate this statement, and this is props to all you guys apparently too. Watching Ryan's stream and like 50% of the viewers are framework authors, DevRel workers, and open source leaders. Dude's like every rapper's favorite rapper. I think Theo probably said this first, but it's always entertaining or nice to see this kind of thing. I like being appreciated for the work, and I'm glad people enjoy the streams. So just throwing that out there. Okay, this is the one I want to talk about because it's right on topic for today, which is if your use case is write heavy, use client-side rendering. If you're read heavy, use server-side rendering. If it's in the middle, use islands. Server-side rendering to boot up single-page app, almost never. I'm the nerd's nerd. There we go. Thank you. This is an interesting stance. It keeps boundaries very clear. But like do you know what the challenge is with this? And maybe this is again us trying to oversimplify things. The challenge with this is in order for me to understand what he's even saying, which is fine, I do understand it, is I have to understand what write heavy is, client-side rendering is, read heavy is, what server-side rendering is, what islands are. Like, what I mean is, there's like a rubrics I'm going through to make this decision, right? And while, this is an argument for right tool for the job, which could be fair. From a evolution, direction of the future perspective, we're always going to try and do better than what any given tool gives us today. So it's kind of interesting because here's a practical argument here. The practical argument here is for this is like what I showed you before when I looked up shoes, right? Google search probably should never be a spa. Neither should these websites probably, if like that's their purpose, right? And what I think what he's saying is like, if I go to my cart and then I have to do this, sure, this could be a spa, you know. Sorry, I should probably add some shoes to my cart. Okay. If I want to go through checkout, I'm not going to go completely through it, but like this can be a spa experience. In fact, if you looked at that navigation, it was actually an MPA navigation. This site is an MPA, side note, right? You can see. But I bet you the checkout is a single page app. So like basically he's asking the question is, do we ever need sites to load fast like an MPA, be interactive like a spa, and actually, you know, handle all the client-side navigation and whatever? This Google search should be PWA, rewrite and REST. It also suggests that Google's about the best tool about everything yet. Is he just saying don't use Remix? I mean, the funny thing about that comment is when Remix came out, I liked a lot of the technology stuff, but in my head, this was the zone I was mapping. I'm like, if I just map everything into the distinct categories, I think Fred K. Scott did this, where he went from like, I did this also in one of my articles, but Fred put the tweet I think originally up, and like everyone got mad at him when he put the ranges that Astro covered and like what Next covered. Stuff like Remix didn't actually fit anywhere. Like, you know what I mean? It's like if you're on this side, you should just use Astro. If you're on this side, you should use something more app-like, you know, whatever. And then like, so that comment is interesting to me because it actually brings back memories. Do we need server rendered single page apps? And it's interesting because when we rewrote Vidagami, that was the like Twitter type app back in 2019 2020 time period, 2019. I said no, I don't need server rendering. Straight up, I was just like, no, we don't need server rendering. Maybe I'll render some JSON into the head of the page, so like it saves me from doing a couple auth round trip type things. But like I don't need actual server rendering, and I guess that's fair. But on the other hand, if server-side rendering had worked as easily as it does today, I might have been like, why not? Even for logged in pages, like sure. Like it can feel like a better experience. And it's like, why would I not do that? But I get, like, I think this is like a lot of the assumption here, or like tension here is that, right? It's like, I know this is where Astro has been kind of positioning things, but it's like, it works because the islands are basically micro front ends. Once you're in the middle and your islands are not micro front ends, then you're kind of in a different zone where you are very torn between these two. Astro fits a very nice place in the middle, which means that like before this, it wasn't easy to make the gap between the first two here was way too large. Now this is just a reasonable middle ground. Just use it. But I think that middle ground has a lot more space still. And while this is one take of the middle ground, I don't think it's an unreasonable take. It just wasn't enough. It wasn't middle. It was basically this one with like a little bit. What's the practical difference between a single page app and a big island? Inside every SSR SPA is an island application struggling to get out. Uh, you just do this single. Yeah, see, I feel like it still mostly holds up, other than frameworks make SSR less painful now, so it's less of a trade-off than it was. I think this is the thing. It's the amount of friction. But I mean, I would say that. I realize the friction's real. Otherwise, you know, would we have client-side render mode in SolidStart? Would we have client only? Like, there is some friction here, but the more that friction reduces, the less these divisions matter. Well, I once drew a quadrant. It's probably not going to show up on my recent images because it was so long ago. Yeah, and I'm zoomed in. But I once drew a quadrant in one of my docs, and it was basically showing frameworks where they sat in terms of MPA to SPA, and where they sent from SSG and dynamic rendering, and like where they mostly sat. And what I watched the top and the bottom collapse on themselves. Like essentially, every framework SSGs now. Like there's some amount of static generation. I mean, it's just the type of cache. It makes sense. And I think that the collapse on the other axis is kind of imminent. And I know right now we have really strong sides. You know, this is why people are looking at stuff like HTMX, right? Like it, like, and we all see something a little different. When I see HTMX made a friction that was previously kind of a pain in the ass a little bit less, you know, so that now you can just kind of like do these partials without like some crazy setup on your backend. You can just kind of like write some HTML, it hits an endpoint, and then you're good to go. But like, does it fundamentally solve the problem? Well, if you are building a site that has isolated chunks, maybe the same site that uses islands, sure. But if you're still at all have the potential of being on that other side, then no, right? I think the thing is, a lot of JavaScript frameworks, like React, came about because of the heavy right side of it. And we've watched them trying to stretch into the, more content side to varying levels of success, and actually mostly failing. Let's face it, mostly not being as good as the solutions that are there. But with every iteration, it gets significantly better, to the point that like I personally, I knew it's unsurprising given who I am, find it hard to picture that if I'm thinking about the future doesn't involve improvement along that avenue, like along that direction. This is fine for now, but it's like you just know that this isn't where the things end. And I mean, this was the argument that when I was talking about Marko and MPAs, Rich Harris was giving me about client-side navigation, right? And that's why he got a little smug when Astro added the view transition API. The thing you got to understand is, on that argument, the reason I found that interesting is because the single page app frameworks made the mistake of thinking that they had the right solution, and that everyone just needed to like get on board. The truth of the matter is they needed to learn a crap ton from the MPAs. Like, you don't get RSCs if you don't understand how islands and multi-page app frameworks work. Like there needed to be a learning there. Even stuff like HTMX. Like HTMX is like almost like a primitive to accomplish the routing that you get with something like RSCs. But RSCs are like a layer that handles that orchestration above it. So I think it's good that the whole ecosystem is realizing that there's a shift and there's a problem, and they're all playing around in this space, with different tools kind of circling around the same solution until these things kind of level out. I'm not ready to like put my foot down that this is where things are at. HTMX is my favorite islands framework. Yeah. I mean, about the really big island. Yeah. I've always had this conversation with people because like the definition of single page app was like always hard, and I'm like, you could put a single page app on every single multi-page in your multi-page app, is that a single page app or a multi-page app? You know what I mean? Like the way that it scales is very powerful for islands. The only challenge with islands is how do you deal with the fact of what lives outside the islands? And don't say nano stores because that doesn't fix the hydration problem. Because lazy hydration now is not only something that you have to worry about when the page loads, it's on future navigations. This is a routing problem. It's fundamentally a different architecture. Like, it's funny. It's why the React like guys at First Hour were saying that, oh, I always considered like Malte said something along the lines that that like he considered RSC as a single page app, SPA kind of thing, and I can get that from the perspective that like he's like my definition is if the truth lies in the client, like the state persists, across, then it's a single page app. But this is not like a classic single page app in the sense that like the server is a necessary part of the solution. It's not just like, oh, I pre-rendered the page. Now the server is involved at every step. Maybe my framing initially of like single entry point, multi-entry point isn't right, because in the case of like server components, even though there's multiple entry points from each island, technically they all communicate together in a consistent manner. Does that make it a single entry point? I mean, it's arguable. Yeah, but I mean, on the other hand, like it's bundled in such a way that it's deduped. You're only going to load it once ultimately, even if each one's like, give it to me. Well, I mean, here's the question. If it could SSR, like, I guess there's a question of like, would it be cost effective to put that extra work on the server? But like, I think the experience would be better if it could SSR. No, like, don't get me wrong. Resumability is a nice way to hydrate. It doesn't. It's like routing is kind of where the hiccups up. Resumability doesn't solve routing. Resumability is a optimization that is useful when the amount of code you need to hydrate on the page gets extremely high, and you don't want to get into the zone, and it's server rendered, and you don't want to get into the zone where you have to manually manage it, because if it's not server rendered, it doesn't matter, and if the quantity is not completely that high, there's other partial solutions that'll probably get you, like islands, for example, or RSCs, or those solutions will get you like 90% of the way there. I think is a very good optimization. It's just like, it's not an architecture. I don't view resumability as an architecture. I think it is a very good performance optimization. The funny thing is we've always been able to do this. This isn't, I like, so I don't think this is the future. That's the thing. Like, I think like like you, I remember I used to build sites with Jade, and they'd render single page apps on them. In like, what makes Astro special is not that it's an MPA that does client side rendering islands, it's that it can server render those islands. Otherwise, this is stuff that we've done forever. Obviously, like the dev tool experience and stuff is good, but from like a technological standpoint, go build your templates in ERB and then put some JavaScript islands, maybe wrap it in a web component, like maybe DHH is right. No, like that's fine, but that's not what we can do, right? Like we can do more than that. They could be, if they are true micro front ends, then you could handle it outside, right? And that's the one thing that persists. But if we're building applications and we want to handle not, the fact that we have static stuff and things that aren't interactive, we want to be optimal about the delivery of these things, then the URL is not going to be sufficient. Same reason why, like, picture scenarios where you have stores, like, like, I mean, in the React sense, not like the solid sense, but like global stores and like if your pieces talk, then like the router is not going to be enough either. Is buildless the solution? No, buildless is, we talked about this earlier. Buildless is useful for teaching people maybe, but it's also kind of like, we can always optimize better with a build. Buildless to me just means like hiding the build at an earlier step in the process, like Dino pretending that it doesn't compile things. It's possible they're constructing maybe process UX. Yeah, maybe. Like, it's interesting. Like, I've talked about this before. Dev has been talking about this recently, about the idea that React is just trying to recreate the browser with server components. It's an interesting positioning. He's done more looking into it after the original comments here. It's like maybe that's what we're virtualizing these days. I told you this is all a router thing. So like, what is a router? Like, what is a browser but a big router? I can't comment on Next API specifically here for cookies and headers. Even Nitro went through this problem where they had like previous APIs. I like getting closer to web standards in the sense that it's easier to like support these non-node platforms. I feel like when Guillermo comes on and says like, oh, we realize that non-node isn't a real thing. Yeah, again, today he's being pragmatic. That's a reasonable take, but it's like, if we're looking a little bit further out, it's if we can universalize on something here, I think there's a lot of potential, because the people making the worker stuff don't really just want to put node on the worker. They want a chance to change things, whether buns that new change or whatever. I've watched the struggle. Yeah, I mean, it may be, but I can make that Hacker News app incredibly slow by just changing the network speed. Like, if I simulate slow network, that it goes from being maybe faster by 10 milliseconds to being definitely slower by multiple seconds. Like, it's just not even close. Like, if network or device speed is into consideration, CSR is like a clear loser. Not even, that was what pushed me. I was doing there used to be a site that was called like HNPWA, and these examples used to actually work. Now like none of them work, but they gave like these scores, right? Lighthouse, Interact, all this, and I was like doing my normal like tests, and I was getting really good scores. But like one of these I was just like really slow. Like, yeah, this is a good example, right? The Lighthouse score is good, but suddenly we have 6.2 seconds here. And you're like I think I had an example where my Lighthouse was like 97, but it wasn't like pre-act here. I was getting like 6 seconds. I realized that CSR, like, it's a tricky balance, because if you talk to the people who live in the regions, who have the slow devices, who use stuff like mini apps, they just know that all the crap is slow. So they actually often prefer almost like CSR, like offline first and loading in the background, because they just know it's hopeless. But it's kind of interesting that on the Western side, we see these scores and we're just like, man, we have to do something about it. I know from like an e-commerce standpoint, where the first load is what matters, like this is not acceptable and they do have to fix it. Everyone else, it's interesting. Like, maybe offline first could be another way to make significant gains. But like, yeah. What's this one? Application shell with SW pre-cache. H2 with server push broadly, Zombified assets. Server rendered, yes. This one's even server rendered. Isn't that crazy? Yeah. Anyway, most of these demos don't work anymore. This is the one that I got Solid's current demo from. But the one that I built in every framework. It was the Vue 2 example. But anyway, like, if I was on average just gonna like across the spectrum make a decision, because these Lighthouse scores are maybe desktop. I don't even know if they're mobile. I would say that SSR is definitely faster than CSR, like generally, wider speaking. I would, even though it's possible for it to be the other way, if I was going to take the like whole group of stuff, I'd say betting on SSR is smarter. That's fun. Ship the bundler tree protect server and there's no build server. Yeah. Yeah, you're talking about camping. This is the same thing where they prefer almost an offline first experience. I think that's where the gap is. And it's possible that when devices get like there'll be a hard swing back from this position when device catch up. It hasn't been. If you look at the graphs, like Alex Russell has some amazing graphs. I don't know if I want to show them right now, but he showed that basically the bottom end of the spectrum has barely moved in 10 years, but while the top end has gone faster and faster and faster. Yeah. There you go. Pressure is literally shipping its bill and running at edge functions. Yeah, there you go. Anyway, yeah, I think that where was I? It's I don't think this is where the ball stops, if that makes any sense. I think that everything we're doing right now is exploring the middle. In the same way that islands scale, these other solutions can scale as well. And the question is like, if you get in a world where you start building islands with View Transition API from Astro, which does like a semi-client, like a, what do you call it, flamethrower JS style, or what's the stupid, the Rails library, Turbo style navigation, like, and you compare it to like a fictional, imaginary, optimal version of RCs. So not like RCs as they are today in React, maybe not even using React. And you compare them and you go like, what's the difference? It's really going to come down to the fact that one can handle state consistently and can be used to build real apps, and the other one has to become a single page app at that point to do that. Like it has to make a larger island. It's funny because when I use Astro, I make very, very small islands. Same thing with Marko, even though I'm trying to do app-like stuff. That's where you want to get to. You don't want large islands. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you ever want large islands. Yeah, yeah. This doubles up. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, this, I think the current push right now is largely because of money driving e-commerce. People who are in this state are bouncing right now that they don't even realize that they're losing the customers. It just like, have you ever used a really slow spa on a good connection and like and sometimes you have to refresh the page? Like, do you know what's a good example? AWS. You've used AWS console. Like, it's complicated, it's hard, and it's like I kind of wouldn't mind if it was SSR'd. I'm not gonna lie, like, yeah, like even the JS loading cascade and stuff from SSR because it knows what page it's on. Like, I don't know. It's funny. It seems like I got a lot of CSR fans here, which is fine. As I said, Solid was built in a CSR first environment. It's very good at CSR. It's even though we're not maybe the fastest hydrating solution, or we don't have server components right now, we are arguably the fastest client side, one of the best choices for CSR applications, which is why there's a big push on it at start. It's just I was a I changed my mind over time because I was very CSR and I thought SSR was a waste of time. I changed my mind. So that's why I don't see myself changing my mind back. I can see a world where offline first makes a comeback. It just it's it might not. I'm wondering when that is. I don't think it's anytime soon. That's a more interesting question. Do I consider it irresponsible to start a new big project now without islands and RSCs? No. Mostly that these technologies feel kind of intermediate right now. They're not quite there. I don't know how. I think that it's exciting. I think if I was in e-commerce, I would be like, finally, I get to use React or whatever framework I want and actually build something performant. Finally. But outside of that, like if I was in those boats, yeah, I'd be like, I couldn't jump off it fast enough, you know. Like I feel like maybe Shopify felt like that, you know. But like everyone else, I don't know. It's probably a good solution. I'd consider it, but I'd also, yeah, I'd be like you guys, kind of skeptical. I'd be probably doing a single page app with like maybe CSR, you know, maybe, you know, or I'd add server rendering, you know, if it, you know, I feel like what I'd do is I'd like turn server rendering on, build the app, have stuff break, and then be like, okay, I'm turning off server rendering, and you know what I mean? Like that's probably, let's be realistic. We start a little more ambitious, and then we have to ship. You know, that's probably where my natural tendency would be. Um, and then you tell yourself that you're going to turn on server rendering again in the future, but you won't. Maybe it is possible that the big thing is with RSCs or server component type architecture, it's shrunk the size, and this is true with islands to a certain degree as well, but it's shrunk the size of the isomorphic components. And isomorphism is kind of the ugly parts. It's like the places where we try and make it work on both sides, but it wasn't designed to work on both sides. This is kind of like where I'm agreeing with Matthew Phillips in that sense. Like he doesn't actually want. I think he just wants the client render the islands, not even use them as server render them in a sense, because like isomorphism has never been perfect. It's been kind of like a flawed solution that we've kind of had to make do with. Like we don't have a DOM on the server, let's pretend. So server components remove that. So in a sense, they're less brittle, I imagine. The most brittle setup is the server-side rendering plus spot. This is why you guys have real reasons to complain. Server components should be less brittle, which in theory, at least, means that you might have a lot nicer experience. I consider it responsible to use it with the app router, though. We did, and we had to rush revert the page. Yeah. You see, this, yeah. I guess you're basically echoing what I was saying. Like, it's not. You have to adopt the paradigm. You know. Yeah, I'm hoping to do something about that. Mention you weren't using it right. The classic React thing. I'm no, it's so funny because you have like the classic like React core team says people aren't using it right, and my version of it is like you're not thinking far enough into the future. You know, like I get it. It's fine. Okay, I'm not having a super long stream today, even though I got a good audience right now. I got only a couple more things for you all today. Sorry, someone asking why quick routes large runs with React? Probably they reduce the interaction points. I think that's odd in general. Generally, I'd want more of my code in Qwik as possible. In fact, I'd be really sad putting React inside my Qwik app. Like if I got that far where I could pull the trigger and get my team on Qwik, that's like the hard part. Like it'd be sweet if you had a Next.js app and then suddenly you could go like, oh look, this new page is all in Qwik, and people are like, sweet. But if I'd gotten to the point where we're like, yeah, let's just rewrite the sucker, like change the root, it's now a Qwik project. Yeah, make a large React island, it's a good starting point, but it's going to be harder to break it down, like you do want, if you're going to get rid of it, you're going to break it down. I don't know why. I have no idea. All right, so let's see. Do we have anything fun to end out on here? We talked about SolidStart Beta 2. We talked about, yeah, we didn't talk about this. I don't even know if I want to talk about this. When I started web APIs, HTML, then XML, and JSON. Yeah, we saw the stream. If you want to know what I'm talking about, watch me use a server function to send a response that serializes a response and then like pulls data asynchronously off that response that was sent back in the serialized version of the response. It's funny because I feel like these guys are kind of joking. A JavaScript library that returns JavaScript from the server and runs it on the client. Finally innovation. But it's funny that it's not that far off of what the whole server function, server actions things are. People I think thought when I wrote this I was talking about React, but in general this whole server function thing happens because we control the JS on both sides. Okay, yeah. For people who are wondering what this was about, just out of curiosity, Solid's resources support both of these, and the second one will actually be more performant because it doesn't have to trigger suspense. That's all I was getting at. Because if you return something synchronous, like if it's an async function, it will always resolve async. Even if our cache users are promise, everyone keeps telling me use promise for cache users. We still generally have a way to access it synchronously. React does too. Like their use has to insert something on the promise to resolve it synchronously, or use like a weak map or something, because otherwise it'll just keep on suspending indefinitely, because every time you get to the promise, even if it's the same instance of the promise, when you go to read the promise, you can only get the value asynchronously. So how do you do that during a synchronous render process? Well, you force getting the synchronous value. And the reason I wrote this is because everybody and their dog is going to write that first version of this function. Everybody. Nobody is going to write the second version, but the second version actually can be optimized and the first cannot. If you watch me, sometimes you write the second version accidentally. You'll write like a create resource or create async call, and you just call fetch my thing and just return it, and you don't make that function async. But a lot of people actually like go in and go, okay, create resource takes an async function, and then they await the one thing they're listening for, and then they return that. And you're kind of like, you just added an extra Microtask hop for really no reason. Internally, there might be another promise. So yes, who cares if it's two Microtask queues or one or whatever. But it's the language. I got a lot of people telling me that TypeScript would have fixed this for me, but the thing is, actually, I didn't want the fix. Ironically, I actually wanted the optimization, and I don't. People talking about Zolgo not knowing what they get. The funniest thing is or mentioning that you can await it anyways, and in both cases it won't end up being that different. But there's something like this has got to do with the coloration of async await, essentially, right? Because you could also just wrap this itself in an async function. I think someone put that in there and return the thing synchronously. And there's like no qualms here. It's just realizing that the scope of where you put that async function actually has an impact and can actually have different performance characteristics. Anyway. I don't know. You guys got pretty quiet here. I honestly, I think a lot of people thought this was clickbait. I had someone go, "Oh," they started like ranting off at me, and then they're like, "Oh wait, you created Solid." Like, oh, you weren't just clickbaiting people. Uh, let's conclude RC's endgame. I don't know 100%, but they are definitely a version of something that I would consider has considered a lot of the trade-offs. They are like a path that actually is fully considered, where I don't know if everything else is. RC's problem right now is that they're not like as optimal. There's a lot of gaps. There's still, like there's things and the model's incongruent, and but fundamentally they're sound. Whether that works for everything, is a whole other question. C# has this better asynchronous return synchronously. Yeah. The promise way is cleaner if you're handling errors. Yeah, it depends on like where people come and tell me, well, the try catch is better here, and then this one has dot catch, and there's different syntaxes for it. Some people told me that I actually did the stuff wrong. Yeah, sorry, the fetching part is more or less the same for both of these. It's the return cached user that it's where the difference is. Yeah, I honestly, like, how many likes are on this? I don't even know. I'm zoomed in. This might be my most liked post ever. I think joining Netlify was also around this amount. I don't I I I literally posted this while um waiting to pick up my daughter from her ballet performance. It's so funny that I just wasn't expecting this reaction. What's the overhead of triggering suspense? Well, it depends on what the suspense is, right? Because it's all about if you have to render the fallback. Like, you suddenly went into a whole different world that you could have probably just avoided. Yeah. I don't know. Some people are mentioning like, React and that, but I was like thinking about it more, and it's like, no, React has to still asynchronously resolve, but maybe by the time, because this is an immediate async, like maybe by the time it, like if React, if this was wrapped in a use, I think React synchronously wouldn't be able to get the value, so it would suspend, and then wrap it when it resolved instantly, it would add a way to synchronously access the value, then it would tell it to re-render again. So like, yeah, like you're causing at minimum another re-render in React even as well. Yeah. Where were you working before? I was working at Netlify. I was working at eBay on Marko. And then before that, I was working at Vidagami, which was a startup making like a social, like an Instagram for schools. And then before that, I was working at a .NET shop, um, Active Network, building like they build a lot of. I was in their government section. I was building call center software, in like .NET, like C# and like full stack. It could be, but I was just like, for the sake of my argument, it didn't really matter. I just was trying to show synchronous versus asynchronous resolution. Anyway, yeah, I think let's end this on a light note. Syntax. I always like bringing syntax discussions in because these are the kind of things that people argue about, over the holiday breaks and stuff, right? And this is a Svelte or a Vue user coming in and going like, man, I really don't like the show component. It's weird that the false happens here and the truth is here, and it takes all the space. I lose track of the condition boundaries are. And I thought this was interesting because it started with a discussion of like why Vue and Svelte, and their two purpose APIs were better than JSX. But I think I ended up swapping the argument around. I just want to throw this in. This is just a testimony to how sweet JSX is. I know I can use switch and match, but Svelte's if else shines. It'd be nice to have name slots and all this. And I was like, oh no, not name slots. What I said to them was, if it bugs you, self-close the tag, use children as a prop name, then you can put them in order and keep the equivalent indentation. What's cool about JSX is children is just a prop, and any prop can take JSX. No need for a slot concept. Personally, I find it much cleaner. Try making a custom for component in Svelte or Vue. Something you do for pagination or virtualized lists. Like sure, the specific native control flow is more to purpose, like Svelte each, but you can't remake that in user land. Okay. So they went and saved me the problem of actually making the screenshots to my point. See, if you did your show component like this, then you can actually see the arguments. But then he was like, yeah, but then he went and he was like, yeah, I don't like show. I'm actually going to rename it to my if component. And then he went and actually implemented it in 2 seconds. And then he was like, wow. And this, I think this should be the moment for people when JSX clicks for them, because then it's just like, they went from something that, maybe they didn't find ergonomic to the exact thing they wanted. And it basically took them no effort. Yeah, I mean, this is hard because the if and else have no relation to each other. The problem with this is you're designing like a specific DSL. I think the key part here that I was trying to point out to him was that Solid doesn't treat for or show as special. In some ways, it's a weakness. We're talking about server side optimization, and in Solid, you can literally write your own for loops. So like we can't optimize as well. But on the other hand, it's not a compiler trick. Your components, my components, his components, her components are all treated identically. There's no like if and else or special kind of situation. You're right. This isn't reactive, and I told him that he should just write the ternary and put it in a fragment. Otherwise, it won't update. But like the power here is that the baseline primitives of the framework, like I might have talked about this before, but I feel like it's worth mentioning again, is I think it's really powerful whenever you can take something, let's say import X from somewhere, right? And then you can go const Y equals X. Now, I'm oversimplifying, but like what I'm getting at is if you in user space can provide something that has the same abilities as something else, that's how it feels first party. Like, for example, I can go create signal. And I can go, well, function. I could obviously assign it, but I can go create my signal. What's the property this is? And I can return create signal args. This is a superpower. Dark mode, please. Yeah. Yeah. How did this end up in light mode? I don't even know. This is very powerful property because sure, you wouldn't do this, but it means that everything else that follows the shape gets treated the same way. Similarly, for my for. Once, like, there's a natural tension here because as a language creator, like, everyone can create their own map function in JavaScript, but not everyone can create their own for loop. So sometimes similarly, everyone can, so there is value, I guess, to recognizing that there are certain control flows that are built into the language, and those are not extensible. But like this as a concept is so core to what we do with Solid. I feel like this is like the place where Solid and Svelte kind of split, because can I create my ruin? I don't think you can. You can't, like, there's no way to make my, like, I could be wrong, right? But you can't create my state in the same way in Svelte, right? Like, you can wrap it and create your own wrapper, but you can't create $my state. I just I overriding globals is a different thing. That thing is already global. I just mean that, like, in general, if you take an approach of, I don't know, call this composability like this, then essentially, like, the sky's the limit because you don't have to worry. Like, from an ergonomic standpoint, yeah, there's obviously limits to JSX, that are innate to it. So if you created this to purpose templating language, you could do better or whatever. But like, if you've already acknowledged that, like, I'm using JSX or I'm using JavaScript in this case, like, if you're already in this zone and you're not trying to create a compiler to create a new language or something, like, what this does is it means that the end user, if they don't like something about the API, all the trivial, silly things that drive people nuts, they can make it their own, right? Infinitely. They can wrap the my for in the for and the my for and the thing, like, all the way up, and they can keep the same patterns because everything else in Solid knows how to handle these or whatever. And I feel like this principle is undervalued. I've ranted about this on stream before. I just wanted to kind of point out that I feel like when people do the syntax comparison, especially when they show me show and for components for, and I've done the conversion myself. I have a stream where I think it's called, like, it's my least watched stream where I talk about REPL diving and I compare data binding in different frameworks and syntax. It's a complete stream about syntax comparison. I just go, yeah, create me your own version of this control flow and show me what it looks like. Like, create a show component or a for loop. And the thing is, once you start getting to React, you realize that this is something that they are also, like, suspense is just a show component. Do you know what I mean? Like, you start realizing that, like, error boundaries, like, you start realizing that these things and these compositions, layouts, conditional layouts, like, are just part of the way we build. So giving people building blocks in the right form and giving them this basically principle that is, as long as you follow this, we will treat you the same, not special case you, is really powerful. It's like the complete opposite end of the spectrum from having a specific DSL to do everything, like adding new syntaxes. Sometimes you need new syntax. Like, Marko says HTML is insufficient to describe all these ideas, so they added new syntaxes to the tags. But it's all categorical because, like, once you use those syntaxes, you can use them consistently for everything. It's not like I have a v-for and a v-if. Like, sure, syntactically, to be fair, those have similar. They're just using attributes. But the actual semantics of what those things do actually differ based on what the tag says they are, which is, like, especially true of control flows versus attributes, because, like, some of them apply to the children, some apply to the element itself, some involve the element replicating itself. Anyway, it's hard. I mean, everyone has their own choices, but I would never like these are the characteristics that I consider valuable rather than like the pure aesthetic look of it. It's interesting. You have to write you're talking about for the ruins. Yeah, you have to write your own. Yeah. Can I make my own suspense? I mean, according to this, you can, right? Suspense is not a compiler trick. It has its code. So if you wrap my suspense in suspense, yes, you could. And you, I mean, I don't know what you would do. Maybe you'd wrap the fallback or the children. There isn't that much exposed. But yes, you can make my suspense. Solid stores are a little bit weird, aren't they? Yeah, the async and stores are the two places I'm looking at change. The main thing is I really liked Immutable JS. I liked FileCore from Netflix. Stop saying that. So like that impacted my design there. I was really big on these immutable APIs. For the most part, I'm pretty sure stores are just going to be produce essentially. We are going to keep the read write split, but I think we will just make it default to produce and people will mutate because it is mutating. I think there's actually a semantic thing that confuses people there. Stores are internally mutable, so we shouldn't really hide that fact because people get really confused. Wait, it's also has always been. Yeah, yeah. In fact, Solid Signals repo library already does that. I just need to. I'm happy with Solid Start where it is. I get to actually. I had three big projects, and Solid Start took me all year. We still got more work to do. Don't get me wrong, but now we're getting to a place where, um, who's rating? Welcome, welcome. Oh, wow, we actually have people in our channel. This so rarely happens. But yeah, Solid Start is at a really good place now with the new beta release that I can focus on Solid 2.0 and finishing the hybrid routing stuff finally. Um, but yeah, I think I think yeah, thank you for the raid. Or actually, here you are. Right? Did I get that right? No. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm super excited. Funny thing is we're actually just about to wrap up here on the stream actually. I've been talking all about um CSR versus SSR and about all this drama on Twitter the last couple days really. As well as the new SolidStart release. What is SolidStart? SolidStart is the meta framework, say the Svelte kit or Next.js for SolidJS, another client-side JavaScript framework. And this release is getting us very close to its 1.0 release. What's next on the roadmap? Honestly, this release is the big one. We're headed to 1.0. That's my hope. We'll get RC candidates after we fix some bugs. The big thing with this one is we're now built. We changed our adapter layer for multi-deployment to be built on Nitro, which is what Nuxt uses. So they handle all the, I want to deploy to Vercel or Netlify or Cloudflare or, Dino or whatever. That layer is now being handled by Nitro, so we don't have to maintain that anymore. I made the framework router agnostic, which is kind of crazy to a lot of people, but you can use any SolidJS router with it now, which opens up, people to use different patterns, different data loading things. Then the trick to doing that was the file system routing, which you don't have to use, but if you want to use it, is just an injectable as basic config. You can use it as a component. You can put it into your router however you want, and then it's just a route definition that you can use to generate routes with your router. And then in your pages, along with your default page component, which gets automatically lazy loaded code split, you have the ability to actually set more of your route definition, and this just gets merged on. So in that case, we essentially can, have loaders for, different like router. If you're using, something that's kind of like React router style, then you can just use, those loaders and actions if you want. If you're using TanStack or Solid Router or whatever, like basically, and the key to this is we've designed it in a way that's very isomorphic. So we have server functions, but these server functions can be called from the client. You can in fact use CSR, like client only rendering with server functions, because we've kind of abstracted the difference between actions and server functions. Server functions are something that we've had for over a year now. We were the first meta framework, I think, to add server functions, and we actually had server actions built in, but now we've pulled the actions into the router. So if you want to use those actions, use Solid Router. If you want to use, I don't know, TanStack mutations or create query, use it with Solid Router, use it with TanStack Router, or whatever, like essentially it's a matter of layering the expectation. We just giving the primitives, the pieces you need to build. Obviously, we're going to have pre-built templates all set up with what you want. You can just install them via the CLI. But the idea here is that at its core, you can go from client rendered and then just hit a switch, and now it's SSR server rendered. We have a few tools to help with this. Like you can specify, like do dynamic imports like lazy, where this is like only runs on the client and skips out of hydration. But generally speaking, this goes the full spectrum. We even have an experimental islands mode to do stuff like Astro style. It's not ready yet, but this is all, the idea here is that we can get SolidStart to 1.0 and leave the more volatile changing stuff to essentially like later, because it's all swappable. It's not the meta framework itself. If you just go install SolidStart with the CLI, npm init or pnpm create solid, you and choose the bare template, you'll get basically an app that reminds you of create React app. It will server render or create VDApp, but it's like 5 kilobytes of JavaScript. It's just like literally like a hello world app, right? That's the baseline. You get a 5 kilobyte app, and from there, all the other pieces layer on. My goal here isn't to be like, this is the one way you do this. It's to encourage people to create stuff like create T3 app. People will make meta frameworks. They will bundle around this. This is expandable, and we will use this for our starter templates, for, when people just like, I'm learning Solid, here you go, all the way to other meta frameworks. It's a layer over Solid, but it's kind of taking the role of the bundler. It's not actually like, it just makes all the hard SSR parts easy. It's not telling you how to live your life, right? Are these loaders universal? Yes. Well, it depends on how you set up, right? Like, because the pattern we use in Solid is universal isomorphic loaders, because we use server functions. So you might, if this get user is a server function, then it will only run on the server, right? Like my last stream I did last Friday was all about this and how this all worked. But like essentially, we can also tell, like, you can import is server from Solid and like decide if you're gonna run this on the server, the client, etc. But like this is an example for this router. We have a cache API, and that way you can like basically fetch it here and fetch it in the component. And this will allow code splitting and nested routings to parallelize the fetching, hoist it out. And then you also support link preloads like on hover. But yeah, we switched it around for the new version of the router. We had different patterns for the old version of the router. Both work with SolidStart. The new version went this way because it'll support hybrid routing and server function in the future, because it doesn't use context as a mechanism. It uses a cache. But this is all part of like the thinking, right? It went into finding the right division. The router is the most opinionated or volatile part of a meta framework. By not making it the meta framework, you can actually make the core a lot more stable, right? We're going to continue working routing. Routing is the future of JS frameworks for the next year. That's like, I often say React server components are a routing concern. So like, this is how we approach it, right? I don't want people like, there might be, I'm trying my best to make, for Solid's first party stuff like universal APIs, so that like we won't have an app directory, page directory, scenario happening here. But if there were, then it's we have an approach to to like just to adopt it. So this is basically the gist of it. Now that we've got the right separation, right responsibilities, it's going to be a lot quicker and easier for SolidStart to get to 1.0. So yeah, I mean, there's a ton of other features here that I'm not talking about because they aren't in SolidStart anymore directly, because we added, the router has like new, better async primitives, etc. We also did, these server functions are incredible. They can serialize crazy data. Like you can have the server function basically return an iterable async iterator, and then like have the client iterate and ask the server for data over the wire. Like we have JavaScript executing on both sides here. So it's like, I did a funny demo the other day where I had the server return a response, which serialized a response, which had a stream on it. And we like literally like from the client read the response from the response and got the JSON, like got the stream off it. Like, and that's the kind of power here. You can have promises that serialize objects that also serialize promises. This, you might be going, why do you want to do this? But like there is impact to these kind of things when you consider, what you can stream. Like picture a scenario here where, you have this knowledge of what data, like you have a cache API set up with your router for something, and you have this idea of actions and data invalidation. Well, you could be on a page, you could update that data and post it to the server and say, hey, on this server action, I want to redirect to this other page and I want to load this data. And I'm not talking about RSCs here. Hell, it could even be a client rendered application. You're just, because of the cache API, you basically have this knowledge, and so the actions, you know what you're going to invalidate. You just post and go, I'm going to add this list, and I'm going to, let's say you're adding I'm just trying to pick something. You're adding a user to a list of users, and you're on the details page and you want to redirect back into the list page, and you want it to update. Well, there's nothing to stop this kind of paradigm to be able to post to the page, essentially, and while it's on the server, recognize that, hey, these cache keys are going to get fetched. Like call this load function on the server for the next page you're going to. And because like, let's say you only want to invalidate certain things, pass that invalidation logic along. And then when it returns the virtual redirect to the client to tell it to client navigate to the next page, it could also send the body back as promises that are serialized. And as the server finishes fetching the data for the next page, it loads in. So essentially the client gets the response right away, starts doing the navigation, realizes the data is not there, so it starts suspending. But the server is already data fetching in the background. And as the promises resolve, promises on the client resolve, and everything finishes. Single flight mutation in client-side render mode, no server components. One of the biggest differences with Solid and React is like our suspense, we've had suspense or data fetching for 3-4 years now. We never had server components. So like almost all these things that React uses with server components that are like advanced use cases, they just work with Solid the way you always have built apps. Don't get me wrong. I think server components are great. I think there's a lot of potential here. I just don't think we need to limit ourselves to saying like, this is the only way you can build an app. Anyway, what have you missed? Well, I'm really at the end of my stream here. I know my plan today was actually the stream before your stream. Like I figured I was going to be done like an hour ago and just kind of, catch the end of Prime stream, kind of sneak in, and then your stream. But then I found out you weren't streaming today. So, it is what it is. I hope your appointment went well. But yeah, essentially, yeah. So it's my facade. The problem is I'm actually almost at the end of it. I did end up going a little later because what ended up happening was um, Xfinity. They gave me that notice. So like, we're going to be in your area doing repairs like on Thursday. And then I like advertised a stream this morning. And then they're like, we've started doing repairs in your area. You may notice issues with your internet. I'm like, like, come on, guys. Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's so funny because now that I got the raid, I kept on going because people, were interested in what SolidStart is. Um, as I said, I imagine stuff like server components are in our future. We already showed a demo of hybrid routing, but the biggest thing here, and I've been feeling it all stream when I've been talking to people in the chat, is that a lot of people feel like they've been left behind. And I think there's a lot of good ideas that we're seeing out of Next and stuff. And I don't know if everyone's ready for it. And I don't think you have to be left behind, right? I think that's just been the struggle. Like between developers working on applications, yeah, like they should change to the new architecture. It's great, but it's like, I always use Tanner as my poster boy. It's just like he creates the greatest router of all time, JavaScript router of all time, and with the type system and stuff, and like, what's he gonna do with it? Well, if you don't use React well in a meta framework, you're kind of hooped. So, that's the message. So I think that's where I'm sitting these days. I'm pretty happy where things are at. I was able to reduce SolidStart's code base from about 10,800 lines to about 1,400 lines, maybe, roughly. So almost 10, shrunk it by 10 factor. And I reorganized the files, and it went from 150 lines of code to, 150 files to about 30 files. So like, this is a significant reduction for us. Right. So this is going to make this is the difference between making the router not part of it. All these pieces will actually make SolidStart able to be much stabler than it would otherwise. Honestly, stuff is changing too fast, and you have to understand where the change is happening and account for that. It's funny, you do this in your own projects, when you're building your applications. I mean, it only makes sense that we do the same thing when we're building open source projects. Yeah, deleted code is the best, right? Yeah, no, definitely. But you guys got me. I honestly, I raved about everything already. I raved about everything from this to the Guillermo tweet to Dax's continued, performance demos. So I don't know. I don't know what to tell you guys. Yeah, no, I mean, you talk about this. The biggest move I have to admit was, let's see how many open issues are on SolidStart right now. There's 0 pull requests and 21 open issues. Yeah, error running on Cloudflare workers. I probably need better documentation on how to get Cloudflare workers working. Yeah, I'm gonna have to show them. Okay, that's fine. It's there. I kind of went in and I warned everyone, but I closed every issue basically in the repo. People are calling this issue bankruptcy these days, but I actually went through and I knew, like, we changed so much of the base, and I know, like, if this was a real product, you could never get away with this, so to speak. But like, we literally warn people every step, and the truth of the matter is, we've changed so much I can't even go through every issue and like test it. It doesn't even, a bunch of them don't even make sense. I tried to move them. I did spend time on every issue. I closed 230 issues, I think, and 22 pull requests. Things have gotten a little bit out of hand. So, there is a trade-off here. I don't like doing that per se, even if like doing it felt actually really good because it's like a new start. But the realism is those issues would have sat there forever. So, it is what it is. You want to know about server functions? Yeah. I mean, it's like server function serialized. I know that's no go. Yeah. One thing we didn't do closure extraction. I don't know if we error hard enough about this, but we don't do closure extraction. There's a way to like bind variables, but it's very explicit. There's no like hidden closure thing going on. Server functions should work basically anywhere, but one thing that I've been doing is I don't like them in the middle of the components. So I actually have been designing APIs that discourage you from putting them in the middle of the components. Because what we did with Solid Router was we made these cache and action APIs. And what's beautiful about them is you declare them outside of the component and then you import them anywhere. So you can get optimistic updates for the specific action anywhere because you just import it and then you have the action and then you just go like use submission or whatever on the action and then you get all the live submissions. And similarly with the cache API, you want to put it both in the loader and using the loader and in the component, or in the load function and in the component. You don't have to. With the route preloading, like, to be fair, you could probably fetch inside the components just like you do in Next and be like, I'm fine. I'm just never going to be convinced that that's fine. Yeah. But you could do that pattern if you really wanted to. But again, with a cache API and calling it preload, we're encouraging you to pull the server functions out of the components, which puts them top level, which resolves a lot of the weird closure extraction problems. And I explained this on a stream previously, but essentially, if I go here, the problem isn't like, I wonder if I can back up to it far enough. Probably not. I probably refreshed the page. Let me see if I can jump back to last stream. No, I can't. Okay. What I was trying to say is the problem isn't like import database from database and putting this in a, whatever, my server function. This isn't the problem, right? Use server, right? DB something, right? This isn't the problem. Because top level module scope always exists. You don't need the closure extract or write anything for this. You can just like make this part of the module because you end up just basically exporting this in the background. It becomes basically its own module when you break it off from the rest of the code. But the problem is that if you have function, say my component, because even here, even this, look, let me go const secret here. This top level, again, you don't have to do any closure extraction. It's there. It'll just be split into the module. It will never, ever, ever make it into the client because, like, especially this one, because you can see it's pure. Like every bundler worth its salt, which is every bundler, would never, ever send this to the client. However, if I do this and I put it inside, again, we're still fine. But if we put this in here, now again, we're not in server component land yet. So like no one would do this anyways because they'd be like, wait, this component's going to go to the client. But let's pretend we were in server component land. Like this code has to get hoisted out. You can't like generate it while the component's running. Like it's an endpoint. It has to exist, right? So technically this becomes this. We pull it out again, right? And the problem is now where's the secret coming from? It's like not defined. Where's the secret coming from? And which means we have to actually go here and go like my server function 2 equals my server function bind whatever null secret. Like that's the only way. Now in here or something, like I'm just going to pretend like it's this or something. Like now we know that like this secret or whatever, you get my point. Now we can get access to it essentially, and we have a specific component interest. But in order for you to call this from the client, this is being sent as basically an argument to this function implicitly, which means it needs to be in the client if you're going to call it on the server. So I don't like this, honestly. So we don't do closure extraction. If you want to do this, we have like a special bind like method and you can call it yourself. But then I hope you can see that you're literally telling, like explicitly saying, call this function with this argument, and it should click on you that it's in the client, hopefully. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, I should have switched to this view. How's chat doing? All right. Solid start. Thanks, Theo. Yeah, I mean, Qwik does it, and React does a special what do you call it, encoding. I didn't want to play this game. I mean, some people are saying like, hey, this is still not very obvious. I mean, I think the taint API or something like that is definitely required regardless. I'm glad that's where we're getting to with these things. Like, because now we're like understanding what primitives and pieces we need. Yeah, I'm pretty much done. Argued about this a lot, and he convinced me. Not sure if I've shared that argument with you or not. I mean, I saw some tweet on on Twitter about putting the function inside, like I had it before. I just the biggest reason you want this bind thing is because then you don't have to deal with stupid form data. God, form data is the worst, right? Like, and this can still work with JavaScript turned off, right? But yeah, but the truth of the matter is manually doing the bind yourself also still works with JavaScript turned off, and you also can avoid ugly form data, right? Like one of the examples in the SolidStart repo basically has all nicely typed server action arguments. So the thing is, I'd avoid this whole thing and just like use the action directly. You know what I mean? Like not use the forms. You know, maybe I'm not the most progressive enhanced person out there, but I mean, for the people who do want to go this way, you know, I'm hoping it does enough. Right. Okay, Theo, let's bite because let's. My question is like, couldn't you just call the bind yourself? Like, check this out. Do source routes index. So here I got a bunch of my actions and whatever defined for my server functions, which I think I just put them over here. I was just like lazy. I just put a use server at the top. You know, these are all using unstorage. They're just database functions. I pulled them in. I might put this in an API layer somewhere else, but this is a single component. But what I did here was, where's my delete button? Well, first of all, let's look at the API for the delete button. Edit to do, remove to do, ID number. See, this is way nicer than form data garbage, right? You just go, I want to remove to ID number. The problem is, obviously, is how do you get this form action into this button here? Where is it? Is this remove to do, right? And if I try and stick this into my form action here, it's going to be like, no. This is not form data. This is not, like this does not match. I can't just stick my action into this here because it has an argument on it, because remove to do is an action with the argument of ID number. But I didn't do bind, I did with. And now it's basically a bind call. And now I just one-liner button form action remove to do with to do ID class to story. And now I get to keep my TypeScript because it works like partial application in TypeScript. So now, like if I was to take this out and let's just do it out here somewhere, and when const r equals this, what you're going to see is this is an action that doesn't take any arguments, essentially. So like I'm just basically using partial application. I didn't use bind because I was interfering with some weird type stuff, like the native bind thing. I couldn't figure it out. I probably could. And honestly, I don't want people to think that they can pass null to it, because like this is not like, or this to it, because we're not actually ever going to bind this. We control this. But the idea was that you could just basically, as long as you partial applied all the arguments up to empty or form data, then you could just like basically inline it. And what's beautiful about this, I like too, is because this even works client side, because technically this is a reactive wrapper, and to-do.id is a reactive access. So every time that the ID changes, like if it could update, in this case it doesn't, it will actually like fine-grained update the action here. Anyway, I don't know if that makes sense. Yeah, yeah. It feels similar to solid requires a state of well detail gets you more correct. Yeah, I'm everybody knows I nitpick on this kind of stuff, right? Like it's kind of the reason where like our server functions are just functions. I make you wrap it in action if you want to have action semantics, but the reason I do that is because this action doesn't come from SolidStart. It comes from the router. So like because action is a routing consideration. So the actions work completely client side without server functions, or they can work with server functions. Kind of like the remix trick, I suppose. But there are action semantics. They're not tied to the router. They're not like remix is very what Hado OS, like very restful. This setup essentially is like still RPC-ish, except you can do it without it actually making any RPCs. I know, weird, but essentially that. And then I had some fun. I figured out how to get forms working without transformation. This is all runtime. But yeah, anyways, I have a whole stream on that. But yeah. Okay. I tested new versions and I have a question about variable in memory server side. The reset is each load. I know in 90% of these cases we persistent like data. Why does this happen? Okay. This is one downside, and me and Nikhil are working on this right now. The problem with the memory is that unlike React, our server functions aren't always RPC calls. If you call a server function on the server because they're not server actions, it's perfectly valid to just call them in like while you're getting stuff. And they actually create a second copy of this branch. So like the server RPC endpoint is one copy in memory, and then the one that gets included as your main rendering is a second copy. And I would like to do something about this. I talked to Nikhil about this, see if we could like merge the streams, so to speak. But generally speaking, you actually get two copies, and you'll see it actually console log twice for anything derived downstream from a used server. That means that, yeah, if you use unstorage or some kind of persistent storage, you're not going to have a problem. But it means that local variables thing, and I do consider this behavior a little bit buggy. I mean, on the other hand, you could argue that once you deploy this to a real environment, you can't expect like pretend they were deployed to different places. You can't expect your API, like you could like anything that you would consider, like memory, like it would never work if you deployed to two workers or two edge functions or whatever. But on the other hand, it's kind of a pain in the ass for local dev. I like just like putting an array in, when I'm testing an idea, so like I get it. So while this probably is not a big deal for production and you'd have real persistence, it is kind of like a stumbler. I have talked to Nikhil to see if we can do something better here though. The thing with server functions here is we're not trying to do like actions are semantic by the router. Server functions are literally anything you do in API. I think I was building an app on Stream last week, and I was just like, I went from like the simple like here I have a to-do list on my page, right? And like I just hard coded to-dos equals array at the top of my page, and then I moved them to a separate file, and then I pretended it was on a server and I made an API route. But then at a certain point, I just was like, okay, let's get rid of that. And I deleted the API route. And then where I imported those variables onto the page, I just had put the use server at the top of the file, and suddenly they just worked like API routes without wiring it. You have to obviously be aware that you are creating API routes. But the idea here is these are basically just like API routes. If you want to fetch something on the server or run something on the server, you use server functions, right? This is not like, this has been the hardest part about teaching this stuff, is because actions and caches and all that other advanced stuff are another layer. Like they're like, oh, I want to handle these very specific behaviors to do with routing. Server function is like literally just remote type safe remote call. And by type safe, I mean it's type safe QB, but like, across a network boundary. It's not actually like doing type validation. But what, as I said, what I like about this is I finally solved the problem that Theo was complaining to us about. I don't know if I went on Theo's stream and about a year ago, and I took what he said to heart, because he told me, he was like, I'm really confused by like this create server $ versus when I don't use it. Which one's the server function? It's not clear that these arguments are on the client and these arguments aren't on the client. And like there was a bunch of confusion there. And I realized that I didn't like all these overridden specialized primitives. I just wanted like server $, like one server thing. So that was one change. The other thing is he gave us half points on TypeScript, which sucked. He's like, okay, your actions are great. Those are type safe. But when I go into your component and I try and fetch something, you have to use like use route data, return type of route data garbage, right? And I was like, okay, well, what if we use a cache function kind of set up? And this cache is a fine-grained cache. It works on the server, like a request cache, like the default next behavior, but it also is a store in the client that when the data invalidates, like it's not a long-lived cache. It's actually just a preload cache. But it essentially, if you do a refresh on a page and you don't want to reload all the stuff, you can like put validation things on it. But it's mostly for like a back cache, and like it's a 5-second like navigation cache. It does not last very long. But on the positive is when you get the same to-do list back, it automatically diffs it and goes, oh, that one switched to done. And it just changes the one thing fine-grained with the store. But on the other hand, the way you use it is you might throw it into your load function, which I don't have in this one here, like for preloading, but you just use this new create async primitive and you literally just go get to-dos. And because you just use the same function, see, what does get to-dos? Well, it has no arguments, but it's just typed, which means this one returns, what does get to-dos return? A promise of to-do array. So what's this? You guessed it, an accessor, like a signal of to-dos array. So like the TypeScript issue is done, right? Again, actions, you can put them in forms, you can use action, you can do optimistic updates, you just pass the action to it. And now we know that we have a submission of this data type, which is lovely because now, you can type your errors that come back from your APIs. Everything is just like TypeScript happy, which makes me happy, funnily enough. Because like, I remember like, I think I was showing this the other day when I went, like we have a really simple auth example with a login, right? If you go in here and I mean, I'm doing throw, I know Next doesn't, but this is actually the semantics. I didn't want to hide it. If you think about it, if you get the user, you could, where's the good one? Where's the login? I'm trying to show is essentially, it's really weird because you throw the redirect, but you return the errors. And the reason you do that is because now this function is, it takes a form data. I didn't feel like making this one a with because all the fields are literally, it's a login form. It's using form data anyways. These are like username, password, and like a toggle for whether it's login or register. But the return type is promise of error because it's not a response, because like redirects are things you throw. It's promise of error. So if I go into my page here, I know that if I use, this is for optimistic updates, but it can also show errors. It's like using the submission. I know that this the result can only ever be an error, which means that the type of the result here is an error. So I get the message off of it. Like TypeScript works beautifully with this solution, right? And And even the trick I did to get this to work so that it can tell that the action doesn't work. Like I can't just put any function here. It's not gonna accept this. It's gonna be like, hey, that's not right. I can't even put any action there. The action has to be compatible with form data, or be empty. So like, yeah, this is a huge leap forward for TypeScript. Yeah. Yeah, see, the thing for me that I wanted to do, which I don't show in these examples, was you see the problem with the wrappers, right? Because you go into the where's my to do app example. You end up importing stuff from the server function and then wrapping it again, which is really a pain, right? Like, because where is my, is it not this one? I don't want to do the login. I wanted to do the to-do MVC. You go in and you're kind of like, why am I doing these wrappers again? What I wanted to actually do is, it's not in this example, but maybe my Hacker News does it, is move all of these into the API layer and then inline the use server calls instead of globally doing them. So essentially, when you make your API, where's the lib? It's more like this. Okay, pretend this fetch API is database. What I'm actually exporting is export get stories cache async log inside use server, inside use server, inside use server. And then essentially we don't actually have to name the intermediate function. I know that's kind of silly, but like essentially I was picturing people just to make a data layer, in a shared location so they could actually reference it in multiple places, and essentially put the server function use server inside the calls. That's what I was thinking. Anyway, I'm glad to hear that. This you were right. I didn't see it right away. It takes someone else seeing something. I spent so much time with it. There's a lot of reasons for the current APIs. They've been through a lot of thought, especially preparing for a potential server component future. People could just like not do the load, and even a hybrid future. I've been thinking about a world where certain route sections are classic SSR SPA and certain ones are like server function, and like how the data loading story can tie in. Maybe I'm like overthinking it, mostly migration story, but I think the pieces line up. Anyway. But yeah, so Nitro, this cool stuff, SolidStart Beta 2. I'm hoping we're on a fast track to 1.0 because yes, routing, server component type stuff, that's going to keep on coming. But this is like when we add that stuff, it's going to be like, oh, what do? We have to update Solid, or we update the router. It's not, SolidStart doesn't care that much. I think, to be fair, for server components, they're probably big enough that I am going to have to actually look at the server functions. They might have to handle a few specific headers, but like that's essentially it, and that's why I've been able to reduce the code. I remember it was really, like it's Vinci takes care of a lot of the heavy lifting. That's why I just like, it's a few pieces of config, and then it leaves me free to build stuff like the router, stuff I actually have fun building, like working through these kind of structural patterns. That's what I like doing. Use server inside cache would mean that you cannot reuse the pure fetcher anymore on the server anymore. But like, why wouldn't you just cache it anyway? Like, the cache only exists the length of the request. So I'm assuming that if you call the same function with the same arguments during the lifetime of the single request, you'd probably want the same answer. Maybe that's not true, but I think it's actually like a fairly reasonable assumption. Yeah. Oh, and obviously goes without mentioning, all this stuff automatically works with hydration. You don't have to do anything special, right? it's because it's using Solid's primitives underneath. So serialization, streaming, suspense, everything just automatically works, which is very nice for, using server functions with TanStack, and all that. I have a Hacker News example I showed the other day with using TanStack query instead of these primitives. It's whatever you want. Okay, that was my short. I'm getting shorter at explaining why SolidStart Beta 2 is pretty sweet. There is no Beta 3. No Beta 3. No, migrate. Okay, you're just trolling me. All right. But yeah, I'm excited for this. I think this is like, I put it out there. I could see the change coming. We showed off cool things, but I didn't feel as confident moving forward. Like it was always a little irksome. I was like, things are gonna change. What's gonna happen? Where do we sit? This is a much more stable, much more, like, obviously there's bugs because we like just released it, but like this is a much more sane approach to breaking up the responsibility. Okay. I did not plan to stream all day. I've been going for 4 hours already. I think I'm gonna call it. I'm glad I got to sneak into Theo's spot here and get a few extra viewers, but thank you everyone for joining today. Again, you guys are what makes this stream awesome. Where's that bookmark again? Was it right here? I'm never gonna find anything, am I? This one. You guys are awesome. So, thank you. And you guys have a good Christmas. It's my last stream for real. I know last time I said that was my last stream, on Friday, but no, I snuck one more in on you all. So, I'll see you guys all in the new year. Catch you later.